Unfortunately, I cannot hear anything. Ukraine became the president in the Danube regional strategy in 2022. We started our presidency with a great event, which was dedicated to the presentation of our priorities as the presiding party. And one of these priorities was the development of human capital and the labor markets. And today, our planned conference, which we have initiated as the number of measures that we have planned as the president country in the Danube strategy, we decided to hold it no matter what in Ivano-Frankivsk, the west of Ukraine, within the framework of our plan back in November 2021. I'm very happy to introduce to you our first speaker with welcoming remarks. He is our national coordinator, Mr. Igor KORKHOVYI, who is Deputy Minister for European integration, also is responsible for the development of communities and territories. Mr. Ihor, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you, and I am with you with all my heart and mind. Yes, we can hear you wonderfully as well. So would you kindly say some welcoming remarks as a national coordinator? Greetings, hello, and welcome, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to see everyone who has joined us from the European Union, our partners. In the first place, I'm very much happy to welcome the participants of today's conference. And I'm a bit jealous because you are there physically present and we are only present online virtually. But anyway, we are with you with our heart and mind. And we are very much hopeful that today's conference will be as fruitful as it can possibly be. During our presidency, it is a very complicated, hard, demanding period for our country. We are the first country who is not an EU member to preside for the Danube strategy in the EU framework. Besides, we are a warring country. We're waging a war at the moment. And this has a lot of things it is fraught with. And this also bears testimony to our competencies and our capabilities to work on a par with our European partners, but also to be able to take and repel various crisis situations that we find ourselves in. Today's conference is dedicated to the most important processes in education, in labor markets and inclusion that were triggered as part of the crisis processes, both in the world, as well as triggered by aggression of the Russian Federation against our country. For example, according to the stats from the UN, almost 5 million Ukrainians lost their work right from the start of the aggression. About 2.5 million of them are refugees who were moved to European countries, and about 3.6 million are unemployed people who still stay in Ukraine. These numbers are really significant for both the economy of Ukraine, and they create a burden for our European friends and partners. So involving additional investments into education, labor, businesses in order to adapt the skills of the working population to the needs and wants of today's market, retraining, have gained their importance as never before. I'm very happy to see amongst our international partners, our colleagues, counterparts from the European Union and other organizations. I'm very much appreciative of the support that we as the country have been receiving from you for your solidarity, for standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, that we have been able also to restore our presidency after a time of calm, because back then it was impossible for us to deliver in our presidency role. And I'm also very thankful for the organization and invitation to today's event. I wish all of the participants fruitful work, inspiration, and certainly new projects that will only move us ahead towards our joint and shared European future. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ihor, for your words of welcome. We are very much hopeful for very active work. Although we have a lot of participants online, but let me remind you that we also have a chat box. We also have broadcast on our Facebook account. So any questions that our participants may have to the speakers today, you can drop them in the chat box and we will definitely vocalize these questions. At this point, I would like to give the floor to Oleksiy SHKURATOV, Deputy Minister of Education and Science for European Integration. The Minister of Education and Science is a coordinator together with our Austrian counterparts as a co-coordinator for the 9th priority in the European strategy, which is called People and Skills. Mr. Oleksiy, this conference is the direct purview, so could you kindly say a few words of welcome to our participants? Thank you, Ms. Nadia. Good morning, dear colleagues. Hello and welcome to today's event. It's a great honor for me to be present in this event, although virtually at this conference, Education, Retraining and Inclusion, Transformation in Crisis Time, which is dedicated to the EU strategy for the Danube region. The fact that we are all here together, the representatives of the executive authorities, businesses, international partners, proves yet again that Ukraine is an unbreakable and freedom-loving country. And we as Ukrainians will do everything to stand up for the European values and our independence. Would also like to thank the European community for the support extended to us and for your belief in the mighty stance of our country. Despite the war in our country, we have successfully entered the new educational year, and over 80% of educational institutions have started to teach. Their pupils, students, half of them study online, less than a half study physically, so over a half even study online. During the wartime, our main objective is to create safe environment and accessibility and continuous possibility for studying for all of the regions, which we have been doing pretty successfully. We have numerous examples of organizing inclusion. Back in 2021, over VET institutions organized high quality of education for persons with disabilities and created about 200 groups with inclusion. They study in general groups for the most part with other healthy students, but in Lutsk, Chernivetsky, and some other regions, we also have the groups of specific groups for people with disabilities. Comfortable and usual education, of course, is our priority, but we also try to provide for the introduction of digital tools, which was a great priority for us during the COVID time and now during martial law in our country. And for that, we are developing the respective infrastructure. We introduce various platforms like the All Ukrainian School online, and soon we are set to launch another platform, which is the professional school online for students of vocational schools. No less important is also raising digital literacy and culture for all students and pupils, the participants of educational process. And of course, making sure that everyone has access to smartphones and know how to operate that. Adaptation of adults to modern needs and wants in the labor markets. It's one of the needs and wants for us to discuss today. It's the creation of various syllabuses, organizing educational processes in manufacturing facilities, taking into account the needs for inclusion. And we are all aware of the fact that in the country where the war is still going on, restoration and recovery, especially of the post-war time, will require meeting the needs of inclusion and the needs for retraining, including the ex-combatants, to make sure that they meet the needs of the labor market existent at that time. In summary, I would also like to thank the countries, representatives of the countries of the Danube region, for the striking political steps which they are undertaking, and we hope will continue to undertake in order to continue to be with solidarity with Ukraine. We can see that Ukraine is beginning to shape its own educational brand and a positive image on the international arena. I would like to thank all of the colleagues for organizing this event and all of the European friends for their direct support extended to Ukraine and the Ukrainian educational system. Every little helps and every effort matters. I thank everyone again. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Mr. Oleksiy, thank you very much for your words of welcome. At this point, I would like to give the floor to our next featured speaker, who in fact is also part of the team of the priority trend or area number 9, once again referring to people and skills within the framework of the European strategy. This is Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, European Integration, Madam Anna PROROK. Naturally, our Ukrainian participation in the Danube strategy, the Ministry of Education and Science, Ukraine works together with Austria, and it's very important for us to maintain these linkages and establish cooperation. Therefore, Ms. Hanna would like to hear from you a few words of welcome extended to our participants. Good morning, everyone. The Ministry of Social Policy is ready to work in whatever formats, just make sure that this is constructive. Dear ladies and gentlemen, participants of today's conference, I'm happy to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Social Policy during this conference within the framework of the EUSDR. The full-blown war of the Russian Federation on Ukraine has become not only the challenge for Ukraine, but for the whole Europe and the whole world. And at this point, in the first place, I would like to thank our partners for the solidarity and unconditional support for Ukrainians who were forced to leave their homes and find asylum, first of all, in the European Union countries. In order to receive the support, the Ukrainians who suffered from war are being provided with the benefits, and we have a lot of charitable donations in this account. We have already raised 680 million hryvnias, and 540 million hryvnias have already been used. Of course, it's not the valid amount of money, not adequate, especially during the time of war. In the first place, we transformed that into medication and purposefully send that into the places which are suffering because of hostilities. We also provide that as social benefits for people who would like to travel by rail. At the same time, the ministry is trying to increase its support in terms of social benefits, especially to people suffering from the Russian aggression, and such recipients are growing in their number. We have seen a significant growth of the IDPs. Since February 24, more than 4.5 such people have already been registered. As a consequence of war, a lot of our fellow citizens are losing employment, and they need to be provided with social help. People with disabilities are growing in number. And the resources, unfortunately, for social protection and security are shrinking for obvious reasons, and we will be more than happy to receive any kinds of support and donations in order to provide help and assistance to the people suffering from this harsh hostilities. During the time of martial law, we continue to finance all of the national plans for social policy and benefits, for utility payments. And of course, we have provided special procedures for new recipients of these benefits. More than 6 million people are already covered in these social policy programs. We continue to fight these challenges of modernity, but we also keep thinking about the future. Now we are developing the plan for the Ukraine's recovery. And that will take new programs of social investments into people, especially employments for people with disabilities, including disabilities with severe forms, both among civilians and amongst the military. We introduce new services for such category of people. We concentrate on social rehabilitation in medical institutions and also try to provide employment possibilities for them. Future programs, including regional ones, have to take into account new realities, and they have to ensure that inclusion is also covering such people. training for people to set up their own businesses, and of course making sure that people can start their activities as startups, etc., especially young ones. I would like to reiterate that these times require greater solidarity amongst all of the members of the European country, and especially the ones who are involved in the implementation of regional strategies. Our Danube region is a fantastic facility to exchange and swap experiences and to develop the possibilities to implement projects. We hold discussions so that we can employ our available resources and develop the regions of Ukraine in order to help them recover. Regional programs to incentivize businesses will have to be used in such a way as to help people, especially placed in the west of Ukraine, Precarpathian of Ukraine, because they see a huge number of IDPs moving to them. Also, we have a program to set up one's own businesses as a package of different incentives to help Ukrainian citizens to begin to restore the business environment of Ukraine. Part of the strategy for the Danube region enables us to develop long-term decisions and solutions which will maintain the programs for training and retraining, especially concerning the people with disabilities. Thank you very much indeed for your fruitful cooperation. Thank you, Ms. Hanna, for your words of welcome. A lot has been said during our several minutes concerning our international partners, and I'm very happy to introduce here Johan, who is the representative of DG Regio, European Commission, who is a key person in the European Danube region strategy on behalf of the European Commission. Mr. Magnusson knows a lot about all of the priorities, all of the participants, all of the 14 countries. Therefore, we are extremely appreciative for the support that we get from the European Commission, first of all in our presidency in the Danube strategy, and secondly for the comprehensive support within the framework of priority area work. So, Mr. Johan.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you, dear friends, wherever you are in the Danube region, in Ukraine, or here in Belgium. I'm coming to you from just outside Brussels. I'm Johan Magnusson. I come from the European Union, DG Regio. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you here today. I'm honored and proud. First of all, very many thanks to the Ukrainian presidency of the Danube strategy, to Deputy Minister Igor KORKHOVYI and his team. I would also like to extend my great thanks to Nadia Afanasieva and her team in the Ukrainian Institute for International Politics for organizing this conference. I think it comes at a very, very good moment, a very, very timely moment. One of the thematic priorities of the Ukrainian presidency of the Danube strategy is the development of human capital and labor markets, and this is also the theme of this conference. This is very, very well linked to the priority issues for the macro-regional strategies for the years to come that we see in the European Commission. Key European political priorities are the green transition and the digital transition. You have, of course, all heard about the European Green Deal, which is our flagship initiative, and that all policies and all initiatives should deliver on. The same goes for the digital transition. But together with these two issues, we also see a social transition that is triggered by the developments. And part of this is certainly also the issue of human capital and labor markets. We started to look specifically, to explore specifically these issues several years ago. But particularly for this year, we have made an effort to concentrate our activities on these three transitions. For those of you who attended the EU Macro-Regional Strategy Week that you organized earlier in Brussels this year in March, in the beginning of March, you know that we have a lot of interesting and good initiatives going out there already, but we want to see more. The green, digital and social transition is also a key feature for the macro-regional strategy report, the report on the implementation of the 4 macro-regional strategies in Europe that we are currently drafting and that we will be launching towards the end of this year. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to discuss here really follows and is very, very well linked to the political priorities that we are all discussing at European level at the moment. And let me then refer to, and I hope you had the opportunity to listen to our President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, yesterday, when she made her State of the Union speech of this year, and where she was, by the way, she was joined by the First Lady of Ukraine, Mrs. Zelensky, here in Brussels, in the European Parliament, and her message was very, very, very strong. From day one, Europe has stood at Ukraine's side with weapons, with funds, with hospitality for refugees, with all types of support. And we have put in place the toughest sanctions the world has ever seen. In March, we connected successfully the Ukraine to the European electricity grid. We will bring Ukraine into the free roaming area. Our solidarity lines are a big success, and we are trying to we will open the single market, the European single market to Ukraine. So there are a lot of things going on, happening basically right now as we are speaking. I'm not going to talk for a long time now. We have a lot of things to discuss, and we are looking forward to hear a lot of interesting contributions today. But let me just end my introduction with a quote from Ursula von der Leyen, which I think can be a good start for today's discussion. And this is really a message to the people of Ukraine, but also to the people of the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and the people of the Western Balkans. And I would like to quote Ursula von der Leyen, where she says that you are part of our family. Your future is in our union, and our union is not complete without you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякую, пане Йохан. Дякуємо вам за солідарність, за єдність, за...
Good morning, everyone. Dear partners and friends, dear Nadia, thank you very much for your kind words. Ukraine's presidency of the Danube strategy is an important stage and a milestone in the process of the country's European integration. And breathing life into this presidency in the current situation is not less than a shining example of the unique, stunning resilience of Ukraine as a country, of the Ukrainian people, and of the Ukrainian public administration in these times of war. Let me tell you that we all admire you very much for this. And it's a privilege to be able to work even more closely with our partners, and our very special thanks go to all of them. Thank you very much indeed. Ukraine chose very wisely development of human capital and labor markets as one of the priorities of its Danube strategy presidency. In particular, on the subject of vocational education, there's definitely a lot to talk about and to discuss about. As in Europe, lifelong learning needs to be addressed more than ever. This is particularly true for Ukraine in this very moment, where knowledge about vocational training and the concept of lifelong training further over the age of 25, 30, or even 40 years of age will become increasingly important for the reconstruction in the light of the immense challenges the country is facing. The Russian war has provoked migration of Ukrainian citizens within the country and beyond its borders, increased unemployment, but also destabilized the Danube region. Therefore, challenges affect the entire Danube region, Europe and beyond. Today, it's important to adapt the existing social and educational systems to these challenges, to promote social inclusion, digitalization of education, and labor mobility. The COVID-19 pandemic and the war in the country have strongly mobilized the digital education system, educational platforms, access to educational literature, digitalization of materials, online classes. And all educational institutions in Ukraine are a stunning example for so many European countries, including my own country, Germany. Let's go on walking this path together in the future. All the best. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, пане Бобе, за підтримку. І у нас, як кажуть, last but not least.
And like they say, last but not least, an important guest who hosts us here in Ivano-Frankivsk. It was important for us to arrange during the presidency of Ukraine in Danube strategy in the regions, in the oblasts of Ukraine that are Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, Precarpathian, and Odesa regions. And so it's the rector of the Precarpathian National University, Mr. Ihor TSEPENDA, our host. I would like to welcome all of the participants of our conference. It's true that the topic is very relevant and timely, especially since our colleagues from the EU pay so much attention to human capital, like us. For quite a while, we haven't recognized that this is an important component of the national economy. And right now, education, vocational training, and inclusion is a threefold strategy that would not only allow Ukraine to revive itself, but it's also ahead of its time, because now, at the time of war with the Russian aggression, we are facing new challenges and hardships, and what we need to provide the assistance to our heroic soldiers who, in the war for independence, being wounded, facing new challenges and hardships in their life when they would need to change their occupations, will have to find a new place in the Ukrainian society so that they will continue the heroic fight with the heroic labor. And today's conference and the priority for the Danube strategy in terms of human capital and labor capitals, labor markets, well, it requires us to yet again analyze what's being done and what could be done in the future. I'd like to welcome yet again the guests of our conference, and I'm confident that we'll be able to come up with our own Ukrainian educational platform, which would allow us to make this leap that everyone in the world expects from us, because now everyone looks with hope at Ukraine, and I'm convinced that with the help of education, with the help of coming up with a new correct trends, we would be able to ensure this leap, this breakthrough that would allow Ukraine to reach new levels of its national development. Thank you, Mr. Ihor. I would like to add that the Ukrainian Institute of International Politics supports the coordinator and co-cooperators, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Social Policy. I would like now to show you a video. Probably you've seen it already. This is the video that we started our presidency with lots of inspiration at the forum in Bratislava, when the Slovak Republic gave us reins, where we stated what we strive to achieve. That was back in October 2021. Of course, we had so many plans back then, but still partially we recognize that we continue to deliver on them, and it's important to support the speed of implementation of those plans. Of course, they are being adjusted, but at least we know that they're being adjusted in the right direction. So now, attention to the video.
Are only a small part of what already bonds Ukraine with countries of the European Union inextricably and forever. Ukraine, as part of the European family, has a lot to be proud of. Our unique culture, history, and traditions significantly enrich the whole region. The Danube is a magnificent river that is a true symbol of solidarity and well-being, as it unites 14 countries. The EU strategy for the Danube region, which Ukraine is a party to, aims to strengthen international cooperation, overcome the disparities in socio-economic development of the region, and improve the quality of life of its residents. Ukraine has become the first non-EU country to chair the EU strategy for the Danube region in 2022. The Ukrainian EUSDR presidency is an important stage for the country's foreign policy, as well as a significant step to its European integration, improvement of its image, and its positioning in the region. As the first priority for the presidency, Ukraine identifies sustainable development of the Danube region through decarbonization and economic transformation. Today, the effects of climate change have a significant impact on the life of the region. At the same time, one of the biggest sources of environmental pollution and greenhouse gas emissions is the transportation sector. Therefore, during Ukraine's presidency, special attention will be paid to the development of sustainable and reasonable mobility in the Danube region by increasing the use of environmentally friendly means of transport, developing the TEN-T network, and spreading multimodal and intermodal freight transportation. As the second priority for the presidency, Ukraine identifies the development of human capital and labor markets. The issues of reducing the disparity in the development of labor markets and increasing the level of employment are of current interest. It became especially evident due to the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Ukraine will focus on providing the proper quality of education and its adaptation to modern needs. implementing the inclusion along with the integration of vulnerable groups and people with disabilities into the labor market, increasing the employment level and supporting social innovations. During the Ukrainian EUSDR presidency, further digitalization of the region and implementation of innovations will occur as a part of overcoming the consequences of the crisis. The Ukrainian EUSDR presidency means restoration, development, and unity of the Danube region. Ukraine will contribute to the productive cooperation among all the participating countries and meet the challenges of the present rapidly and effectively.
Thank you, colleagues, and we are back to the Ukrainian regions. I would like to pass the floor to our colleagues from the Department of the Scientific and Educational Development of Ivano-Frankivsk region. So as a host, the floor is yours. Thank you, Ms. Nadia. I would like to pass the welcoming, kind words from our governor, the head of our regional administration. This event has two symbolic events. First of all, the river of Danube is quite symbolic for Ukraine, not only covered in songs and in our cultural heritage, but the fact that we are currently at the presidency of this Danube strategy. It's the symbol of Ukraine coming back, returning back into the European family. Also, quite symbolic is education. Education being the way for the social capital to be developed, and what they discussed today, green revolution and digital transformation. Well, we're not only ready to support all this at the regional level, but we have already made some proactive practical steps for that, and we are proud of being part and parcel of the family that is launching this revolution in the EU community. So thank you for ability to participate here. Thank you. Also, I would like to give the floor. Well, we will be moving around various regions of Ukraine now. So the floor goes to Odesa, Mr. Kostyantyn Goy, Deputy Head of Odesa Regional State Administration for Digital Development, Digital Transformations, and Digitalization. Mr. Kostyantyn, are you with us? Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Welcome. Good morning, esteemed participants of the conference. And Odesa region is the biggest regions of Ukraine that is in the Danube region as part of the Danube strategy, the strategy that will help us to develop the strategically important industries of our oblast, which is education. And for the third straight year, we are constantly overcoming global challenges. The pandemic and now the war disrupted the work of our educational institutions, finding ourselves in the new realities. The educational sector of Odesa region still provides high quality services, but our labor markets require new builders, tractor drivers, welders, because the war caused lots of drain unqualified personnel. And in 2022, the regional request for those occupations has been increased in our region, and we are trying to improve the funding for the educational establishments by creating the industry-focused competence centers that will help to increase the quality of the vocational education, to retrain the unemployed people. Currently in our oblast, we have 32 practical educational centers, and we will continue creating more.
In line with the requirements and the interests and vocations of the people, we try to provide for all of the necessary educational facilities. We provide for educational space so that there are no barriers and successful adaptation and socialization for the persons with special needs and disabilities. 131 individuals with special educational needs are right now gaining education. 73 pupils are studying in specialized groups, and the rest of them are in inclusive groups. And due to such spaces meeting the needs of qualitative education together with the other pupils and students becomes a possibility for them. They increase the ability to take their own independent decisions, which equips them better for independent life. The employment placement opportunities for such people is about 70%. Within the framework of implementing the Danube strategy, the higher educational requirements are being met because we are aligning and establishing opportunities with Harvard's university, Romanian universities in Bulgaria, with Chisinau Pedagogical University in Moldova, and some other ones. We have some special agreements made between our institutions for scientific and educational cooperation in order to be issued, for students to be issued with dual diplomas, etc. Now our tutors can be seconded and sent abroad. There are special online conferences and competitions organized, resource centers and distance learning opportunities are being established. And we continue to participate in programs, educational conference like Tempus, GARC, Nectus, Erasmus+, ISEEK, and some other ones. We keep on working. We are not stopping at what has been achieved, together to the victory. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kostyantyn. It's true. It's vitally important for us to make sure that all of the processes which were running before the war, and for a while there was also a pause taken. We didn't know where to go, but it was as short as we could possibly do it. And we have spoken to our international partners and said it on numerous occasions that we are not stopping. We have to maintain all of those processes launched before the war, and we keep working in the areas of priority work. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Oksana Sakriev, Director of the Department of Education and Science of the Chernivtsi Regional Military Administration. Madam Oksana, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. I'm online. Dear participants of the conference, colleagues, allies, dear friends, February 24th has changed us and our country forever. February 24th has changed but not broken us. For us and our country, it will always matter what people and human capital are. These are the values that we are fighting for. So the goals of this conference are extremely valuable to us because it's another symbol that we are standing up, we are fighting, we have education, and we continue our work. Dear colleagues, Chernivtsi region is the smallest region in size in Ukraine. We're small, however, always open to innovations. In our regional territory, we have 15 BET institutions. Our region is one of 7 ones included and implementing Youth Skills Project, the best practices for modern Ukraine. We have created 12 scientific and practical centers and hubs, and we keep on establishing them, improving our material and technical basis, as well as providing educational services. It's extremely vital for us to make sure that children with special educational needs can have access to labor market. The number of such children in BET institutions is over 5,000 and 16 individuals. Oh, so this was the number of all of the people at BET institutions, and 60 of those children and pupils are with special needs. They have also become the asylum for IDPs, and of course we have children with disabilities and special educational needs. So this number is going to grow. And we are faced with numerous challenges, but we will overcome everything. We will definitely win with joint efforts, because education is the front line, is the frontier that will continue functioning 100%. That's something I believe in. Dear colleagues, thank you for your attention. And I hope that this conference will definitely be very constructive, and in practice we'll be able to demonstrate that we are a nation that professes European values, and we are centered on human beings, on human capital, and we're capable of discovering innovative solutions, even finding ourselves in such a difficult setting. So we are pursuing to victory. We believe in ourselves and in Ukraine. Thank you, Madam Oksana. And now I would like to offer all of our participants, both online and offline, an exercise, which is called Mentimeter. You've probably heard about it. For us to learn more about each other, understand where we come from geographically, how you're feeling, etc. So on the screen right now, you're going to see a QR code. Would you kindly scan it with your telephone? This is something I'm going to do together with you. Afterwards, would you kindly insert the code that you see on the screen? Enter this code. Is it working out for you? Somehow this code hasn't worked with me. Let me know if it has worked for you. All right, I can see that you're moving. At least we are moving. This is a very nice sign. Some exercise, at least physical. If not mental exercise, and physical one is definitely working out for us. So the survey is already working. It's been launched. Wonderful. Next, you're going to see the questions. They will be demonstrated on the screen, and you will have to answer these questions, please. What country or city are you from? You can write it in whatever language. If you speak English, then surely you will write in English. So we are beginning to see on the screen a picture working out, a cloud with the answers. Germany, Ivano-Frankivsk, Ukraine, Poltava, Kyiv, just Ukraine, Kyiv, Prague, Mukachevo, Belgium, Constanza in Romania, Austria, in Vienna, Ukraine, Kalush, Sumy in Ukraine, Kramatorsk in Ukraine. Severodonetsk in Ukraine, Odesa in Ukraine, Chernihiv in Ukraine, Vinnytsia in Ukraine, Khmelnytsky, Ukraine, Zagreb, Croatia, Rivne, Ukraine, Poland, Vluhiv, Ukraine, Nikopol, Ukraine, someone has just contributed Europe. A very nice country indeed, or a city. Donetsk region, Belozersk in Ukraine. Obuchiv nearby Kyiv, Ukraine. A very nice cloud indeed, figuring out. As you can see, we have representatives of not only regions which represent the Danube strategy. So you see, it's very important, not only at the level of the Danube region, but also it matters a lot throughout Ukraine. And these people who contributed, they're writing that they're from the Donetsk region, maybe they are the IDPs for whom it is important to understand what is happening in various regions of the Danube strategy. So one of the items for us will be transitioning the experience in the regions closer to the European Union via the individuals who are IDPs and at this point are gaining additional experience. The next question, please. We can also share it on the screen. We're going to have small delays. If your question does not immediately materialize, don't worry. What's your mood today? On the scale, you can set up the mood you are in, how you're feeling. And we will see it very well again, how much our participants are awake, because we come from different time zones. And in some countries, it's pretty early, but not too much early. Time is up. Good mood prevails. However, some people are not very wide awake yet, as I can see. However, overall, everyone is more or less aligned to feel in upbeat spirits. We have already obtained more than 40 answers. Thank you. Next question, please. Describe what you expect from the conference in 3 words. So try to be very brief. 3 words, in English or in Ukrainian. Studies, education, new possibilities, experience, insights, helping Ukraine. Thank you very much to those who have written that, helping Ukraine, because that's something that we will be talking about a lot. What ideas we have for mutual cooperation with you. Swapping experiences, impressions, experiences, results, sense, making sense, obviously, is knowledge, expertise, emotions, projects, interesting experience. Still, development, experience, knowledge, and learning. The winning words are very close to them, are cooperation and feeling positivity. Development, learning, knowledge. These 3 words are the winning words. That's something that people are seeking and expecting from this conference. Next question, please. Give a reason for your interest in this event. Why is this event important, of interest for you? Why have you come? If it's not interesting, you can also contribute this answer. Will also help us to understand and hear from you why we are not interesting for you. Because criticism also plays an important bit for us. Experience exchange, collaboration, professional improvement, and advancing professionally. I think that this is a very targeted event for you. Communication with colleagues and counterparts. I see that that's something which is already taking place very actively, not only offline, but online. And we are truly hopeful that those of you who are interested in communication will definitely receive what you seek and for the sake of what you are today here at this conference. Next question, please. Ask questions about the conference that may interest you. The questions pertaining to our conference. So let's record them And then there will be a small surprise. We will be addressing these questions to the speakers that will have direct interest and involvement in answering these questions. We'll have to wait a bit because some can write their questions a long time. And can we record these questions so that we can revert to them on and off, right? What learning innovations are of priority during the time of crisis? I think it's very close to the topic of our first panel discussion. In essence, we will definitely bear in mind this question. Will there be a respective conference organized for PTNZ? Probably for VETs. Let me remind you that for those of you online, if you don't have enough time to ask your question in the Mentimeter, you can of course drop your questions in the chat box in this broadcast. We're watching everything happening there, and we will definitely be forwarding these questions to the speakers. Will the presentations be sent by email? We don't have to wait for a panel discussion for that. If you have organized, if you have registered, and the special form has been filled out by you, I will definitely make sure that your contact details will receive email details sent to your e-box, and all of the presentations in English will be translated, by the way, into Ukrainian, and you will receive them translated. Innovations in adult learning with special needs. That's an area of interest. Question 7. Let's take question 7, and then we will take it on to our panel discussion. And let me also remind you once again, if you don't have enough time to ask your question in Mentimeter, drop your questions in the chat box. What is something Ukraine would wish from the European Union and the member states? Is there something concrete such countries like Germany could do to help Ukraine and Ukraine's plans for Danube region? I'm very thankful to someone who has written this, because that's the question I would like to ask our speakers in the next panel discussion, because we need to project what cooperation needs to be established with Ukrainian VETs, with Ukraine as a state, with Ukrainian regions, what exactly it is that we need and what we can contribute. We have our own ideas and projects that we can readily share with our European allies and counterparts. So I think we will very smoothly now take it to our panel discussion, which is called Transformation of Professional Vocational Learning During the Time of War. And in this respect, it will be important for us to talk through new challenges, new legislation that we have in the area of vocational education, including inclusion projects, making green transition that our colleagues have numerously spoken about. Our first speaker, please.
Ms. Irina Shumik is from the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, the General Director of the Directorate of Vocational Education. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Nadia. I would like to welcome all of the participants of this conference. Of course, we had some doubts how this conference can be carried out under such dire conditions, but nothing can stop our plans when we are willing and wishing to exchange experience and to keep move forward. So I'll tell you more about how we changed in terms of inclusive education and how we work with people who require additional attention, people with disabilities, people who, well, what government support tools are available in this regard, and also what are our current concerns and what we're looking for in terms of our joint cooperation in support of Danube region. I would like to start with not very pleasant statistics. We have quite substantial destruction of the educational system establishments. Currently, unfortunately, we don't have the full information because we don't have access to all of the regions. We have 10 vocational schools completely destroyed and 103 partially destroyed and ruined. And this is a substantial portion of the existing vocational schools. It's tough to operate under the times of war, but also I want to share with you that our colleagues show real heroism, and 609 vocational schools have relaunched their training. Not all of them are able to operate offline. Only 92 of them operate offline. The rest, either a mixed format or online. COVID now doesn't even compare to the current challenges. At least COVID helped us to generate some new skills, ability to adapt to the environment and the hardships around. And it's great that the Ukrainians now are willing to adapt and to try and continue to live their lives even in the time of war. So as to the education offered to people with disabilities, almost half of our schools offer such services already. And we currently have almost 3,500 such students. And by November the 1st, we will finish the admission to our vocational schools. And as of November 1st, there will be some new figures available in the regards of the number of students. Also, we are trying to find out the current status. Last year, we carried out a large monitoring survey of the methods of inclusive education, because there was a certain evolution in the Ukrainian legislation in regard of inclusivity. In 2018, relevant changes have been introduced to the law of Ukraine on vocational education, which offers certain preferences when you admit people with disabilities to such schools. Also, our legislation identified those participants of our educational process as assistants to professors, assistants to vocational school instructors, psychologists, also inclusive resource centers that came into existence, even though they provide their services to underage kids first. But our vocational schools admit students starting from 15 years of age. So our support to them is extremely important. Also, it's worth mentioning that certain cabinets of ministers resolutions and the orders of the Ministry of Education identified the procedure for arranging the inclusive education, namely the inclusive resource centers and the guidelines to the schools, what they need to do. We have a couple of examples how the education for disabled people is offered currently, and namely creating special groups, not specialized establishment, but special groups in ordinary vocational schools. And it might involve assistant instructors like sign language translators, and such students are involved in all of the activities of such schools, attend festivals. Usually, they live normal lives, and this is not an ideal, but still an example of inclusive education. After 2019, we started first inclusive groups coming into existence when 1, 2, or 3 students in a group are students with disabilities. That's where we have our support teams working with them, create special plans for them, adjust the curriculum, or provide any additional support and assistance. This year, we moved even forward, and the war pushed us to this. We introduced the changes to the vocational education law. Namely, they provide inclusion not only to people with disabilities, but to other people, categories of the population. For instance, new opportunities for women, for adults in receiving professional education. For internally displaced persons, the ability to receive additional qualification. We all know that from the city of Mariupol, a large number of steel workers left, and now they are residing in the regions of Western Ukraine, where there are no steel mills, metallurgical plants, so they need to get retraining, to learn more new occupational skills. With the help of our EU partners, we are studying the labor market opportunity and some training courses to get at least partial occupational training have been offered to them already. We have already stipulated by those changes that people can receive such partial occupational qualifications, also free of charge when the government pays for this. The secondary professional education could be offered, and thus we demonstrated that each citizen in Ukraine can be offered such services regardless of their place of residence. You can be exposed to such training anywhere you are in Ukraine. Also, there were questions about mobilization, because at the beginning of the invasion, only the vocational school students were not offered reprieve from mobilization, but now we can continue with our education normally. Also, the changes to the legislation on professional education and on higher education as well, they are all related to our effort to build the all-national system of qualifications. And here we try to react to the needs of the labor market as fast as possible. And at the same time, we support an idea that has been discussed and studied a lot in Europe, namely approaches on micro-credentials. When you get micro-qualifications, basically, which in the future would allow you to better implement the lifelong education principle. So we're saying that you don't need to study for long. You can get the initial qualification, then get additional qualifications later on. So, and what does it result in? In the conditions when you need to react fast, and we recognize that some people lost their houses, others their jobs, but you need to earn your living for yourself and your household. So being re-employed fast, it becomes crucially important. And together with the National Agency of Qualifications, we're working actively on the list of those jobs that do not require the assignment of professional qualifications. The list of professional qualifications that will not require the full secondary education degree. Also, we come up with guidelines on implementing the micro qualifications, and obviously acceptance of the results of informal and informal education. We recognize that recently being a student is in vogue, so there are lots of professional programs to become a hairdresser or a car mechanic. Well, you can do it much easier now. And yesterday, what Ms. Ursula von der Leyen mentioned during her speech, that this also becomes one of the priorities now, which would allow us to evolve and to move forward fast. And reacting to our internal challenges, we introduced the guidelines on internal educational mobility, which is different from international academic mobility. Why? Because our system of vocational education is decentralized, so we need to properly regulate the relations between the regions. 306 people, by the way, last year, school year, I mean, made use of this opportunity. We simplify the procedure of approving the regional requests so that the governor's offices, the educational departments would be able to react fast based on the needs of the employers, because not only people got relocated, but businesses got relocated as well, and so they receive additional needs in qualified personnel. And moving forward on this path of digitalization, or within the scope of digitalization effort, we have looked at the blueprint rules of acceptance to vocational schools. Namely, in those model rules, we allow electronic acceptance procedures to be introduced. Let me voice out a couple of figures now on internal peculiarities of inclusive education and the education for people with disabilities in general. Mostly these are people with intellectual disabilities, and we offer certain list of occupations for them, special teachers work with them, and it's quite unbelievable, like our soldiers are heroically defending our independence and our land. The same heroism is displayed by our teachers who work with this category of children. Like one of the schools in Kharkiv, the principal and teachers for 2 weeks stayed with a group of such kids, more than 30 of them in the bomb shelter for a couple of days. They didn't have electricity. They were out of food. Volunteers were helping out, of course, under such circumstances. I'm so grateful for them not to leave those kids, but actually stay and help them doing heroic deeds. And the largest number of such kids are in Dnipropetrovsk, Lviv, Kharkiv, Poltava regions, and the city of Kyiv. That doesn't mean that we don't have them in other regions, but these are the most populous regions, so to speak. And also the occupations involved here are construction, rendering services, namely social services. Usually these are social workers. So during the monitoring survey that we conducted, we identified positive results. In our vocational schools, we offer the enhancement of skills for such teachers. Also psychologists work with them, but only 36% of respondents said that they had enough materials. Well, I'm not only boasting, I'm also here to share problems. Only 36% of them said that they have access to enough materials that help them in their work with such categories of students. And of course, this brings us to post-war challenges, which would be the need to increase the digitalization effort, and something that Igor and Mr. Oleksiy mentioned today. Soon enough, we'll have a large number of servicemen, wounded military personnel who, physically speaking, would not be able to perform their former occupational jobs. And for those soldiers, we need to offer additional retraining programs, and of course, micro-qualification. And those micro-credentials efforts, we need to come up with laws and regulations and keep moving ahead in this area as well. Thank you, Ms. Irina. So an overview of what's going on. Later on, we'll have some Q&A session, and the topic you raised is very important now, and there are certain things that we haven't even thought about before, or even if we thought about them only in respect of a very limited category of our citizens, but now it's being broadened. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Irina Belaeva, who is online with us, the head of the Department of Youth Policy from the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine. Basically, that's about the employment of the youth, their adaptation and assistance to them and to one another. Miss Irina, can you hear us? Yes, Nadia, loud and clear. Can you hear me? Nadia? Yeah? Yeah, we can hear you now, yes. Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to get involved in this event. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you for running such important events. And I was listening with admiration to some of the figures I heard from the previous speaker. And of course, we see those examples both locally and regionally, because everyone step by step helped to bring closer our joint victory. Let me start with the current status quo and what happens with the youth. I'll share some statistics and then explain what we are doing and who with in order for the youth to be resilient, adaptive, and be able to react to the challenges that the war of Russia against Ukraine set ahead of them. So pre-war, the number of youth in Ukraine, and the age is 14 to 35 years, was 10 million 200,000. Nadia, can you show my infographics so that it would be easier to follow the figures? So 10.2 million youth is the number that we calculated back in 2021. Now, unfortunately, the statistics for us says that the number of youth goes down, and more than 2 million of youth left the country from the beginning of the full-fledged invasion on Ukraine. More than 2 million of the youth are internally displaced persons, those who lost their houses, those who lost their place of study, place of job. So they face tremendous challenges in finding themselves under new conditions, under new realities, when a lot of them lost absolutely everything and they have nowhere to go back to. Now I'll tell you how we previously, before the war, used to work, and now what we're doing now, trying to use all of our resources in order to support those who are working directly with the youth. So we worked as part of the informal education, and our weaknesses that were not well institutionalized and acknowledged. But on the other hand, there is an advantage. We're very flexible. We have no bureaucratic restrictions. We can react fast and efficiently, reformat our syllabus and curricula, and that's what we're doing in the time of war, and that's our strong side, of course. Who are we working with? Mostly with the network of the youth centers and so-called youth workers. The youth centers before the war, as you can see on the infographics, there were more than 300 in various regions, local, regional, national, different property forms. The legislation allows the NGOs to create those, as well as by municipalities. They were all very valuable partners for us that were realizing various programs and created the friendly space for youth. And hopefully our international partners and friends recognize what I'm talking about this, because the network of youth centers in Ukraine was based on the best practices of the EU and was supported by the Ministry of Education and Sport.
We keep monitoring the situation concerning how many youth centers are still operational, and our main view is to make sure that the teams are maintained and kept. If necessary, we find new premises for them, and in order to restore the activities of these health centers, you can see 93 in infographics is the number of youth groups that continue to work, and about 80% of them have already reformatted their way of working. They begin to provide humanitarian aid. The newness that war brought to us is that we expanded the target audience. Prior to this, youth centers were focused on youth. Nowadays, we are providing assistance to people who are age 35 plus, and we work actively with children, and we implement programs to support children and children with their parents. 121 is the number of youth centers in May this year. That is to say that despite the difficult, demanding situation we have on our hands, that budgeting at both national and regional levels for youth programs, for understandable reasons, unfortunately, was stopped because all of the money went towards war needs. Youth centers still resumed their work, and according to the recent poll and contact details that we have, we are in touch with these centers directly, and this number is accurate for us because we know each and everyone who are covered by this number of centers. So this is the number of these centers as of the end of August. So what are they busy doing? How are they helping? Together with us, with the support of international partners, they provide services to children, youth, 35 plus people, legal assistance, grant systems, but we are also restoring the system of learning and education. Previously, we couldn't even imagine what it's like to work with young people during war. We tried to study international experience. We had foreign specialists coming to us. We had a lot of Zoom calls in the first months of the war, but now I can make a conclusion for myself. Not a single kind of international experience is 100% applicable to Ukraine. We are developing our own trajectory of movement, which is based on our challenges, our circumstances, and youth centers, from my perspective, are demonstrating the best practice of survival and adaptivity with very positive consequences. We have already initiated programs of learning for young people. We have reconsidered the system of education and training because, honestly speaking, the skills that we provided to young people before the war and the skills now they need pose apart. And before this meeting, I shared with Nadia, and we launched this program, Learning for Young People, to make sure that they are more adaptive and capable during the time of war. And one of the skills we're teaching right now young people is called positive treatment of uncertainty. The unique experience of Ukraine, the unique skill, which of course may not necessarily be applicable to other countries, but it helps us to motivate young people to continue living, not to despair, try to find placements and crave for development despite and regardless of all of the difficulties we are faced with. Let me also tell you that we have also ensured the system of career consultation, because I can see that we have Anastasia from the Career Hub. She is also one of the featured speakers. She will be sharing more about that, but the conclusions we have drawn for ourselves previously, the disparity between what young people wanted to be and what was offered in the labor market, this gap was huge. But in the time of peace, we could, and we helped young people to find their place and their vocation in life in line with their desires, wishes, cravings. However, now the situation is drastically different. A lot of young people are reaching out to us. They may be legal practitioners or economists, people with higher education. But when we look at the labor market, we come to realize that the most wanted professions and jobs in demand are low-skilled jobs like construction, industry, trade, And here, our task is to help the youth to discover for themselves new windows of opportunity without demotivating them, so that young people are not forced into going to new jobs, but endeavor to discover these professions open and available in the new markets, in the labor markets, in a new way. We launched this project with our international partners, which is called Vidnova, restoration. It's all about the inclusion of young people, involving young people in the restoration of the country, renewing of the destroyed infrastructure, but it's also about working people. We make sure that people from the west of Ukraine go to the east of Ukraine and vice versa. We make these programs for 5 days, and they work in different skills. They learn in different groups. They study critical thinking, historical backgrounds, and half a day they go to construction sites and restore ruined infrastructure. They do it as apprentices under the guidance of skilled masters, and in this way they open up a new frontier for themselves. We have also graduates from higher educational facilities, and they are in no way adjacent to working professions, but still we try to show to them the opposite side of the coin, the other side of the coin. We initiated in Chernihiv, as you can see in the picture. This is the ruined youth center in Chernihiv, which was destroyed in the first day of the hostilities. Russian missiles destroyed it, so you can see you can imagine the scale of destruction. Right now we are raising funds to its restoration. You can see there a QR code, and on United 24, it's the initiative of the president. We raise funds in order to restore this youth center. So it's a kind of promotion, if you wish. Anyway, young people who are helping to restore the ruined infrastructure are being activated. They're not building things from scratch, but they're still obtaining practical instruments and can make discoveries into working class professions, delve into frontiers opening up to them, and get positive feedback. And that's what we are getting from the participants of these programs. And we plan to expand this program to the whole border of Ukraine. This year, we have had 4 exchanges, and 4 construction sites with the help of the young people will be restored, renovated. One in Bucha. We're going to rebuild their gym, also in one of the vocational educational institutions. And that's again going to be done with the hands of young people who probably never thought about doing anything of the kind, but they have a great potential. And if talking about applications, per 120 places, we had more than 400 applicants. So this is a great deal of interest expressed, and we very much hope that this program will be expanded into the future. Next year, I've probably taken more than my time was planned, but let me tell you one thing, that one of the areas of our activity is to make sure that the skills that young people are equipped with are the necessary skills for young people to continue living and developing in conditions and terms of war. We will continue to develop such projects that will acquaint people with working professions in practice. We'll also work with the youth awareness, who will be helping young people to understand their role and find themselves in the new realia, horrific realia that we will unfortunately will be forced to live in until victory comes to our country. And we do not just have to survive, but instead view this time as the time for development and looking for solutions that enable us to discover these solutions in times of these critical dangers. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this important conference. Thank you very much, Irina. I think that this contribution in youth policy is extremely important for our international partners, because the session of questions we had before our panel discussion, and it touched upon how we could help the participants and these messages that you have just provided, and what way we can help young people, how young people can be integrated into the processes developing now, extremely relevant. It's unique challenges we are faced with, but these practices that we have for adaptation of young people can also prove helpful and useful for both the EU country members and our other neighbors, regardless of the fact that they're still living in peaceful times and they don't have such huge challenges as we do. However, we can forward this experience to them just in need, just in case. Thank you very much for sharing your developments. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Oleksiy Stefanyk, expert on decentralization of the Department of Vocational Education, Reform Support Team of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. We have numerous questions addressing you because it's an innovation area, novelty area that you will have to address in your talk. So what's happening in terms of innovations? What are innovations in the vocational education training that you can share with us? Hello and welcome all of the participants to this conference, both here and on the other end of the line. As introduction to our panel discussion, let me tell you some about digital transformation. In fact, everything that we are doing, everything which is done by Reform Support Team of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine in terms of decentralization and Department of Vocational Education is nothing new, because the active phase of war and its challenges are in no way new to us, because since 2020 we have been equipped with these challenges, with the pandemic difficulties. It's just that all of these challenges have been exacerbated, and you are witnesses of how active gadgets and digital tools have become part of our meetings, calls, which previously would take us traveling, but now we can do them for back-to-back and just in the morning time. And even this conference is in a hybrid format held, and you can wonderfully see the operation of the online format, enabling our international participants to take advantage of simultaneous translation, etc. Talking about the transformation of vocational education, I will be sharing about the vision of the Reform Support Team and the Directorate of Vocational Education. Some of these things have already been done. Some are being done now. Something is planned to be done in the nearest future. And again, taking this opportunity, I would like to address our partners abroad. If you have any ideas and any kinds of aptitude to help us in what we are sharing with you, please reach out to us, because we're always happy to welcome our partners, allies. Before the beginning of today's conference, we said that the beginning was 10 o'clock Kiev time. It's very important to reiterate what time we mean, because some things happen by Kiev time, by Singapore, by Torino, by Singapore. So we are nearly 24/7 online. So digital transformation for us consists in automation of processes, raising digital literacy, and improving accessibility, improving access to education. Access to education is something that we are targeting now. By the end of this year, every system will be fully finished. It's the informational system, educational management, educational system, EMIS. Also right now, Ms. Irina has already mentioned, necessary amendments have already been introduced to legislation concerning the work of EET institutions who are working to make sure that newly enrolled students will have everything that they need digitally. As the further development of education, we are thinking of introducing electronic diaries and journals to make sure that the reporting that the heads of the VET institutions have to report on don't have to do manually, but the system would automatically get all of the necessary information. Because the people do things Routinely, the system is informed about that. And at the end of every quarter, every half a year or every year, this work does not require any additional manual labor from them. Digital literacy. This refers to both faculty members and students. A lot was done before the war. Over 1,000 faculty members participated in training sessions on digital literacy. We had special educational centers and VET institutions began to deploy Office 365 based on a special license, and it's going to be probably a spoiler to some of the institutions who are not familiar with that. But right now, a few institutions of vocational education and training are having pilots for Office 365 taking place on their basis. Some of them are not going to require online. They can launch the operation of the system right on their computer systems. It's a more functional product, learning with reference to online content. This is something that we are both planning to pursue very actively. And a lot has already been done on our platform. We have already a training course on this platform, an educational modular content program. I will share about this a little bit later. Everything is integrated. The implementation of Selfie online tool, the system where institutions can appraise themselves concerning their digital competencies. They can evaluate which competencies their personnel needs in order to continue learning. We have already implemented pilot projects at 96 institutions. This was done especially to develop this course. Digital security. There are numerous courses available in this area, and our course, which is being developed right now and will be placed on our online platform, is aimed at faculty members in the first place about how to share with students about digital security. It will include relevant needs in conditions of war. I have to speak about it directly, not be shy about it, because we know about phishing, information attacks, about information and data being stolen. So in this course of informational security, all of these aspects will be taken into account. Thank you, Miroslava, for this slide. Do you speak English? It's a very important question nowadays, because in fact, when making this presentation, I wrote specifically English language learning courses. So we have a fantastic mean here. So what is the meaning, the significance of it? We believe that to what extent our students and faculty members have mastered English will definitely affect their abilities to access the highest quality content and ability to participate in international programs without translators or interpreters. I'm sure that the people who possess English language skills from their own experiences can talk about how dynamics is lost when you listen to a speaker in their native language or when it is translated or interpreted. It's a great deal of difference. Therefore, studying English for us is vital. We already have even a ready-made proposal. I don't know how many thousand manuals and books are already prepared. It's just a matter of logistics. We're looking into that. So a course of English, not only online, not only with the help of digital tools, we also have different English language tools for learning on our platform, and we try to facilitate and promote the opportunities for both the students and teachers to learn and sharpen their skills of English. Improving access to education, it's a huge slide indeed, although it only has 5 bullet points. It should be as many as 5 pages, but let me be brief in disclosing it.
added to everyone, because initially we had the need for remote education, the need to develop the tool for our teachers to carry out distant learning classes and have available training materials for this. But soon we will cover all of the students at this platform, adding the functionality for issuing certificates right there at the platform. At this monitor, I cannot see, but there is Alexandra is with us today. I believe that she might tell us more how we managed to come up with this module. The next bullet here is developing and adapting the international content. It's a huge endeavor, a huge task, because in order to not be hungry, it's not enough just to have a refrigerator at home. You need to have food stuff in it, or to be literate, it's not enough to have a building for library. You need to place books in there. So here, now putting content is a challenge that we are working as we speak. As we speak, we are designing more than 40 digital courses. More than 20 of them have been already developed and placed on the platform. We attract the partners who design the courses. We attract the partners. Hello. We use people who help to translate and adapt the courses in foreign languages. 2 of them have been already posted on our platform, and we train our teachers how to design such training content themselves and then to post it on the platform. We try to find tools to simplify all that so that this whole process would be intuitive and straightforward. Procurement of equipment. A very huge need in equipment and hardware exists here. The teachers need the equipment to run remote classes. Also, it's needed to learn new modern occupations or retraining using the modern skills. So UNICEF helped us to procure and send to the regions 5,000 computers. Most of them were sent to secondary schools, of course, but certain portion went to vocational schools as well. The Directorate of Digital Transformation just told me that they signed the contract with Google to get 50,000 Chromebooks. 50,000. So while I'm sitting here, the first shipment, 19,000 devices are being shipped. And there are other projects for vocational schools. By the end of the year, we expect we will set 20 IT labs for certain occupations. So it's not only a computer class, but in addition to computer hardware, those labs will be equipped with software which would help to train certain occupations. What are we lacking and what do we plan to do more? And where we're still looking for assistance. So in the near future, we plan to launch, like I told you, in order for the teachers to be able to create their own educational content in each oblast, in each educational training center, we will create so-called production studios where the teachers will be able to record classes, to create classes. For that, we need good equipment, of course. Also, we plan to improve the access of to provide our teachers with multimedia equipment, cameras, headsets, mics. It's important to have high quality visual and audio capabilities. especially for distant learning. The next bullet is improvement of internet channels. So as of today, no, let me backtrack. Everybody has access to internet. All of the vocational educational schools, but even though my survey I conducted last year, but there were 112 schools that needs the improvement of the internet's quality. Usually the schools in distant regions with no optical cable there. When I was writing that survey, I only heard about Elon Musk and Starlinks, but now it's already happening. Well, my colleagues, well, my Wi-Fi network here is called Starlink, by the way, and from this office, I have direct connection to Starlink. So similar equipment should be installed in those schools where internet channels are 1 megabit or less, which is not enough to attend video conferences. Partnership with Google, Microsoft, Zoom, and others. Well, that's the last bullet here, and we've been proactively working with them for a while now. Google provided our schools with free of charge use of Google Classroom, registered our domains, register students. The same is true with Microsoft. Last year, I don't remember how many schools have we registered. 100 plus, 200 plus. Those schools received their own domain names, and the space on the disks, access to Office 365 license, the ability to use Microsoft Teams for video conference purposes. Microsoft has specifically increased the functionality of Microsoft Teams, not only to conduct video conferences, but also to conduct classes right now as we speak. And that's a spoiler. So if you work with Microsoft Teams, right now, you can switch on subtitles. So I'm speaking, and if it was on Teams, not on Zoom, then automatically it would be keeping notes of what I'm talking about. So it already provides subtitles in Ukrainian language, and even translates in test mode from some languages. They promised that soon enough they would do it soon enough, and so live subtitles would be translated into Ukrainian. I'm running out of time. Well, I have only 2 slides left. Similar arrangements was with Zoom. Those who try to register Zoom, you know how much license costs in order to keep an audience of 500 plus viewers. And the schools now can register in Zoom and conduct online conferences for 1,000 students at the same time. So that's a slide about our platform. So that's the homepage, top left. So when I made those screenshots about 1 month ago, we had 20 courses on the platform, and some pictures on how they look like. Now, green transformation. That's not my profile, but let me broadly touch base on this. When we talk about the ecology, the environmental attitude, ensuring environmental policies, well, we have the course of developing soft skills on our platform. And like Irina said, soon enough, after the design is over, we will add 8 micro-credentials courses as well. And adaptation to EU standards. Again, we plan to integrate to the platform ASCA into the navigation system. There is a slight difference here, and I was surprised, by the way. Oh, give me 1 minute, please. ISCA is the international, ISCO is the qualification system, but ISCA, European Skills, Qualifications, Professions, a much broader system which not only classifies, but also says which occupation, which skills which are needed. And as tags, we will integrate those into our training classes so that the navigation would be user-friendly. The cooperation with the National Agency of Qualifications and to establish micro-credentials, like Irina said, developing new educational standards and programs based on the occupational-based approach, and the pilots for training experts on micro credentials and micro qualifications. Well, we have one project which is called Pagoste, which deals with introducing changes to how we train the teachers, the instructors to vocational schools based on partnership-based management approach. We plan in the higher learning establishments that train teachers for vocational schools to introduce this partnership-based training with partnership of vocational schools. And our colleague, Sasha Holdotенko, is a birthday boy today. So for the first time, I welcome a person from the screen. So Sasha, happy birthday. Thank you. Well, yeah. Good news, and we would also like to congratulate Alexander. So thank you, Oleksiy. And I see that in chat we had some questions about the presentations that we show and slides. Please fill in the registration form, and then we will send all of those slides, all of the presentations after the event is over. Of course, all of the presentations for both days. Now, I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Alexandra Moll, from the head of the. Ms. Alexandra, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Да.
Ви мене чуєте?
Так.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be with you. And I'm happy to be on this conference. Thank you for inviting me. I'm a little sad that I can't be with you in person because I'm actually just a 6 hours drive from Ivano-Frankivsk. I'm sitting in Budapest. I have the Danube almost right in front of me. But we had our office retreat in the last days until very late. And so I could not leave yesterday with my car to be there in person with you. So let's do this digitally. I work for the International Labour Organization. We're a UN agency that looks into everything that concerns the employment, world of work, and my specialization is vocational training and skills development. And ILO worked closely in the past years. Already during the COVID pandemic, we started to work with the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine in the development of training and learning resources that would be delivered digitally in creating simulators, interactive and very modern digital training modules, training videos, in the training also of teachers. And this also connects to what Oleksiy just says. So enabling teachers to create their own digital learning resources that they can use with their students, enabling and empowering teachers. And also in the development of the e-learning platform for vocational training that will be launched soon and that Oleksiy has just mentioned and that the Deputy Minister mentioned also in the inauguration. Before going into or having a consideration of transformation of learning in terms of crisis, I would just like to briefly mention ILO conducted an assessment of job losses in Ukraine due to the war. This assessment was conducted in May this year, so 4 months after the war breakout. And by that time, we assessed that 4.8 million jobs had been lost already, and that is equal to 30% of the pre-war employment. These are tremendous figures, and employment and giving people employment is crucial to recovery during the current phase, but also then after the war. So we also assessed by May, so this is already some months ago, that a rapid recovery would ensue the return of at least 3.4 million jobs in a relatively short term. Now, this was in May. We are now in September. You can imagine that the numbers and the impact of employment has deteriorated, and that this is a very serious concern for many Ukrainians. And this is why vocational training and skills development is so crucial. There will be new needs for skills, and there are new needs for skills already in order to manage resilience in the current situation, to manage recovery, and to manage reconstruction. And the return of jobs can only be ensured if these skills needs are met. And they need to be met for different types of workers. And in particular, we have two big types of workers. These are existing workers that need to be retrained. And Irina Shumik has already mentioned it, the retraining of workers that were displaced from other parts of Ukraine that have different qualification profiles, different education profiles. So this is a huge challenge. Also, these trainings need to be sure, they need to be on the spot so that people can be reintegrated into different types of jobs very quickly. But it is also important to attend those skills needs to create jobs for young people that are right now learning, that are would normally be entering the labor market soon. And this makes skills needs anticipation, observing the labor market very important. And as ILO, we have developed a couple of tools for anticipating quantitatively and qualitatively the needs for workers and the needs for skills within different jobs. And we will also be adapting them now pretty soon for crisis situations, just like Ukraine is experiencing now. And hopefully also with this making a contribution to a return and a recovery of the jobs that were lost. I would like now to share a PowerPoint presentation that I've prepared. And I would like to not to show all those things that ILO has done in the past months and years in order to ensure the continuation of training during COVID-19 and also now during the crisis. As I said, we have supported the Ministry of Education. We have worked in close partnership with the ministry, with the methodological centers. But I would like to push the discussion a little bit in terms of how we should rethink learning. And I'm not saying training or education. I'm deliberately saying learning because learning is more than the training process in a school or in an institution. Learning takes place in so many contexts, and how we should rethink learning in times of crisis, because we've had COVID-19 before, now we have the war in Ukraine, but we may have also to face other crises in the future. And climate change has been painfully come to our conscious also this year. And also the fact that it is really, don't want to say irreversible now, but that we are in a really, really serious situation. So I think we need to rethink and discuss the dimensions and the parameters of learning as we have known it in the past, the type of schooling that we have been through and that our children may have gone through at whatever age they are. And it reminds me a little bit of we think of the dimensions, of the three dimensions that we are used to, and adding a fourth dimension in terms of space-time, which requires our brains to really adapt and to rethink and to be more abstract in our thinking. And I think we have to apply a similar process to the way that we encompass learning. So, for instance, the time and the duration of learning, the space, the venue where learning takes place, the delivery modalities, and also who teaches and who learns. And I feel that a crisis situation like the present war that Ukraine is going through, and that Ukraine is also showing a lot of resilience, and you deserve our full admiration for the resilience that you show. But such a crisis obliges us to altering the parameters of traditional learning. And I think we need to compartmentalize some of these parameters and really push them towards more flexibilization and to more diversity, and adding another dimension to learning. And I would like to do this by showing here sorry, I should have showed this in presentation mode. Here we go. Showing the example of a nautical rose that helps seafarers also to navigate through the seas. To think about place and venue, the size of the learning units and the certification units, the methodology that we use, the content, the duration, the time at which we organize learning, who are our learners, and who should be the providers of learning. And in the middle, we have the box of traditional classroom and teacher-based learning, and we need to think out of the box. So along the different branches of the nautical rose, towards more diversification, adaptability, flexibility in each sense. And when we think about the place of learning, we have already experienced how digital learning, virtual learning, blended learning can provide a real added value to learning. We also have to think about other venues like workplaces, refugee camps, private homes, mobile units that go through the countries, or boarding schools, especially in these times of volatility where not all students can be safe in a specific venue where they're learning. We have to think about different types of media that we use: online devices, radio, social media, and virtual reality. Online devices are particularly important because in many families there are not laptops enough for each learner or for each child. Very often we also see that then often male students or male kids are favored over the girls. So making learning mobile friendly, being able to use smartphones for learning is one of the ways to go. And what we did in the past with the Ministry of Education, we created, for instance, simulators for different occupations, for instance, for the car diagnostic that can actually be used, that young people can use and play through and apply on their mobile phones. And I think this is a very good example of how to rethink the space where learning takes place. But also virtual reality or any immersive experience can create opportunities, especially now when students attend learning online, especially in vocational training, which is very practice related. Virtual reality, simulation, immersive learning can provide a little bit of the practical training that is being missed out. The size of the learning and certification unit, Irina mentioned it, for retraining adults now, especially in the areas related to reconstruction and constructing new buildings and removing rubble from the street, modular learning, micro learning, and also certifying micro units of learning becomes very important. And this also requires rethinking the way that we see learning, the way that we see certification, and also reaching out to another group of learners, which is adults. The methodology, Oleksiy just mentioned, for instance, Zoom conferences where thousands of students can be reached in a classroom. So these massive open online courses, the MOOCs, are one way of rethinking learning. Also self-guided learning. We often in digital learning speak of synchronous and asynchronous learning that you can do directly where you're connected like we are, or asynchronous, where you later watch a video or go through some kind of learning module at the time and in the place that you like. The content, I manage the changing skills needs. We need to look at skills needs anticipation at any moment, but also skills for resilience, recovery, and reconstruction are very important. And the psychosocial support that one of my 4 speakers mentioned is also very important in this case. Time, the duration of the learning, we may have to rethink learning more towards micro units. And also the time is very important. For instance, when we think about also our different learner groups, when we think about gender concerns, women often have certain obligations, family obligations, which men actually should also have, but often it falls on the women, that make it impossible to learn at certain times. So being flexible there, adapting the duration, the time at which learning can take place, is meeting the learners' needs. And of course, thinking about our learners. With the war, the group of learners will move from a relatively heterogeneous group of TVET students, relatively heterogeneous, to a much greater diversity. Age will be important, reskilling, upskilling of adult learners. Gender is a very important issue because women and men have also different needs, different times available. Time poverty is something that women often suffer more than men. Disability has been mentioned, and disability, there are so many different types of disabilities. So adapting to the needs of those diverse learners is important. IDPs, refugees, returnees, ex-combatants, all may have different learning needs and may also be at different places when they start in a new learning experience. The work experience that people may have, that adult learners may have acquired, the educational levels that they have. And then also think about the providers who should provide learning in emergency situations, in crisis and post-crisis situations. We have the traditional schools, but there may be other opportunities like NGOs, social institutions. And one of my favorite is really community centers. And as this also libraries can be places of learning and can be used for learning. They can be used also for providing internet access when it is different to connect. Although Starlink and Elon Musk is doing a great service to Ukraine and to learners all over Ukraine right now. We also have to think about private providers, learning providers, and companies. Somebody mentioned apprenticeship, so work-based learning, dual learning whenever it is possible. Also after the war, to recuperate the practical learning that vocational students have missed out now during the war is extremely important. And there are also business associations, employers, organizations, and trade unions can also be providers of learning. So this just to push a little bit the discussion towards how we could rethink learning. And as ILO, we are committed to supporting further, and we are in the process of further supporting the Ministry of Education and Science in designing also more online learning modules now, increase our teacher training, and also populate the e-learning platform that Oleksiy has mentioned before me, and we will continue also our good work there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякуємо, Олександро. Насправді я теж слухаю зараз.
As I have been listening to the speakers, we're still at the stage of preparation for the conference. We understood how many speakers we're going to have, but we still decided to take this challenge and make this conference like an inception in a sense of initiating this discussion outwardly, because there are a lot of people within Ukraine listening to us, and they are conscious of the fact that it is necessary to work with Ukraine. Multiple countries want to hear how to work in Ukraine. So these points that we are just outlining, which reforms we have running, what's happening, how we are moving forward, what ideas and insights we have. So this is all necessary to initiate this dialogue and then return to it in a deeper sense of this word, because this is just to forestall our future events. Thank you, Alessandro. At this point, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Anastasia HOLOTENKO, who is the coordinator of the community of career consultants, Career Hub. Anastasia, are you online with us? Yes, I am. Greetings, everyone. Hello, dear participants and Nadia. In fact, it's a great pleasure to be here with you. It's a great pleasure to hear about the huge dynamics and the great number of changes already running and being planned. And it becomes clear that on the one hand, they say it's difficult to live in the time of change. On the other hand, it's exciting because the things and processes taking place here and now are vitally important for the future development, the way I see it, both for the secondary education, higher education, and VET institutions for the further development and the future recovery and restoration of our land. Today, I would like to share a little bit with you about the experience of the expert platform of our career hub, the community center of consultants, which I represent here. We have the experience of working with VET institutions in the context of career consultations and developing the centers of careers, which are based at VET institutions and higher educational institutions, because the expertise of the career hub and my center is career consultation and career development for the youth. Let me launch my presentation and tell you more about our experience before the full-blown war, and of course about what's taking place now, the transformations and changes happening. So the Career Hub is an expert platform. It's a feature that before the full-blown war dealt with career development of the youth, and we aimed all our efforts at helping young people to understand what careers they would like to take up, equipping teachers, training professionals for VET institutions, higher educational facilities, so that they could professionally consult young people for their future careers. We also tried to help with soft skill developments, which eventually become extremely necessary for young people to find placements in the future. We also worked within the framework of Pact for Young People as an initiative which combined the efforts of youth organizations, civil society organizations, in order to provide young people with career opportunities, finding secondments and future career placements. So for them, we had this future of work area and domain, and we also conducted research in this area. We identified which skills would be relevant, which transformations labor market and educational market would have to go through, as well as areas of work for young people for their career development. After the war broke out in Ukraine, we keep following these trends. We keep working. However, in many ways, we have had to adapt in line with the requirements of time to meet the challenges. And within the framework of that, we have initiated new projects with the background experience. So what experience is already behind us? During the time of work of our career hub, because it was established in 2016, we promoted career opportunities for more than 50,000 young people in one way or another. We implemented more than 200 educational events. They were both online and offline. We more than 150 employers as partners as part of this Pact for Young People. We conducted different research and made our own publications. We had 4 manuals and 3 online courses for higher educational institutions and for VET institutions for career planning. And based on this experience and background, we immediately kicked into how we could be useful and how that could be transformed in the conditions of post-scale war. Talking about inclusion, it remains transversal for all of our areas of work, because we have always professed and confessed gender equality as an important aspect of our activities, and we facilitated discovering opportunities for disadvantaged group of population, especially for young people in this regard, for the people who are representatives of national minorities, for those that are situated in economically depressed areas. This indicator was always on the radar of our activities, and right from the outset of the hostilities, this story was just heightened. And my personal opinion is, and the message that we are trying to project via our activities, is that regardless of the fact that in our society, at least it seems to me, the topic of inclusion and inclusiveness for the most part, and in the first place, let's say it this way, is associated with promoting and facilitating the potential of people with disabilities. And inclusion as such is associated with, in the first place, with the architectural accessibility and mobility of spaces for such people. Still, we say that inclusion and such inclusive processes, in the first place, must not be just restricted with the people that have special learning needs. On the other hand, inclusion encompasses psychological and mental aspects and social areas as well, because no matter how many ramps we build, no matter how much we provide for architectural accessibility, but we talk about educational institutions, introducing inclusion unambiguously means shaping their mental competencies with these people. And I also mean faculty members, teachers, psychological support, personnel, that has been so many times mentioned today by other fellow speakers. So this is what we are working with, and let me tell you how. And globally, at a global level, for us in introducing inclusion is about changing the social understanding, because it's about busting myths and ensuring equality, availability, and accessibility. It's not only about the fact that these people are special that we target, but these people are also equal. They're the same as all of us, able-bodied people. So when we discuss inclusion with young people, students, frequently from my experience, at first they focus on accessibility of spaces to people with restricted mobility. Later on, when you start asking questions, okay, but what if we talk about, let's say, a mom with a perambulator with her child, when he or she breaks a leg on an arm, and we able-bodied people have our mobility restricted. So inclusion also becomes relevant for us. So we understand that this topic becomes much broader. So this is the perspective that we took when planning projects after February 24. And one of these large-scale projects is SPIVDIA, or co-action. Irina Belaeva has already mentioned it today, because we are doing this together with the Center of Corporate Responsibility and SPIVDIA Charity Hub, in support, with the support of the Ministry of Youth. And SPIVDIA Hub is the platform, and we try to activate youth centers on this platform. So basically, at least there are two components at work here: youth participation and ensuring availability of services for the categories, the target audiences that are needed in the most acute way. This project, this component rather, because SPIVDIA co-action has a lot of components helping IDPs in particular, but we try to apply to find jobs and placements for people who are forced to flee to new regions for themselves. So now we are implementing this project in 10 regions. Not in all of them we have hubs operational, but some of them are already functional, and we have physical consultants helping IDPs offline.
So here we have direct contact with employers, provide the information about the vacancies, support the candidates during the interview time, etc. Why it's about inclusivity and why is it needed now? Well, because the internally displaced persons, they do need such support now. And this particular project allows us to recognize the need for gaining new occupational skills through retraining programs. We mentioned today the examples of steel workers who became IDPs and relocated from the coal and mining and metallurgical plants regions, and now they live in Lviv, Lutsk, Chernivtsi, or elsewhere in the west of Ukraine, where we just, in principle, don't have such heavy industry businesses. So for us, that's the example to never forget when we offer the opportunities for retraining involving vocational schools so that together we'd be able to carry out such programs. I can see that I have 30 seconds left. Well, briefly about two projects then. The next project in this context for us is the project related the work with the vocational schools on career consultations. As part of this project, especially in the context of the work of the involvement of vocational schools, we train employees of the career consultation centers on such topics as mental health, because that's the request that we receive from the career centers, because they recognize that they operate on the new environment. Thus, they need to have the resilience skills, the psychological resilience skills, in order to be able to continue offering career consultations to their clients. So the focus would be made here on inclusivity in particular, because we recognize that soon enough, our schools will have students coming from the front lines, those who were wounded or became disabled in the fighting, and they will need to find ways to adapt to normal life. The old adaptation approaches might not work with them, so those career centers will be trained on how to handle such people, helping them to gain new occupational skills and offer retraining opportunities. So these are the inclusivity aspects that we cover under this project. We have came up with the guide for the teachers of the vocational schools. It says adaptation strategy when the world is on the brink of changes. So this guidebook we plan to use to conduct workshops on mental health, among other things. And final project from me, we're online hubs to support startups and business of Ukrainian women. We have launched this project after February the 24th, after the invasion started. And now that we started implement it, it is aimed at helping the Ukrainian ladies who want to relocate their businesses or start up their businesses or implement some business ideas of their own. Right now, when men are involved in active combat, it's women who have to be supported in the ability to carry out their potential so that the labor markets and their professional realization would be available to them, and they will not stay excluded, especially when they need to earn the living for the household, take care of kids while their men are fighting. So that's another project that we're carrying out now. That was quite an intensive panel. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and for the opportunity of being today with you. Thank you, Anastasia. And let me remind you that we'll have all the slides of all the presentations shared with other participants. So Anastasia, please share the links to your presentation so that we would be able to learn more from your slides. And now let's move to our practitioners. We have been talking a lot about the various projects, the innovations, especially nationwide projects. Now the floor goes to Oksana Jus from Precarpathian National University, named after Vasyl Stefanyk, the PhD professor. Yeah, Ivano-Frankivsk would like to welcome all those who care about inclusive processes, and I would pick over from what the last speaker shared with us. And let me share a couple of important elements that identify how our independence and inclusion is being shaped and introduced, and in particular, inclusive transformation processes in the time of war. At the first glance, everything is quite obvious. We're all diverse and different. We need to train kids on that because kids are small humans, and if they're brought up in peace and understanding of inclusivity, then the world would be without wars. So inclusivity starts in the hearts and spirits of kids. And the axiom here, every person is unique, and there are no identical people, and all those uniqueness is part and parcel of life. We can allow children to play with what we adults believe too noisy or too cumbersome toys, and then study, train, work, have rest. The world is huge and everyone has place in it. That's what we've been discussing today. At the same time, this place should be, to the maximum extent possible, adapted to the special needs of the vocational school students. Today, we have mentioned the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers on the list, on the procedure for vocational learning in vocational schools. So this resolution sets concrete steps on spatial inclusivity. First of all, the understanding of inclusive educational environments as the set of forms and ways of educational services offered to the students based on their abilities and requirements, which allow us to apply the inclusivity principle. First of all, the universal design and rational adjustments through stands, navigational tables, tactical tiles, parking places, and inclusive entrance to the building of the vocational school. Entrance one for everyone, one and the same. Architecturally accessible and safe educational environment is a prerequisite for inclusive training. The ramps help with accessibility, that's true, but it segregates people on their mobility, while the students with special educational needs have to be offered learning on equal basis with others. That's the red line that goes through our first panel here. So if it's possible to design the whole school, or if it's not possible, then we should be flexible in how we use it. So offering to those classrooms where the students or teachers with disabilities will attend should be carried out at the floor where this accessibility arrangements have been made, which will increase the quality of the learning process in vocational schools. The educational schools are rendered in vocational schools to the students by using the individual-based approach and taking into consideration the individual uniqueness of each student by providing them with special means of correcting psychological process. Next, the use in the educational process for the students with special needs, those methods of communication that are most accessible to them, the sign language, the braille text, and the involvement of specially trained instructors and teachers, and making information accessible in different formats, large fonts, braille, etc. Finally, the availability of the team of psychological support that would fit the individual training programs with correctional development component in them. Not mandatory, but preferable. Another trend is having this correctional development component echoes with what Miss Irina said about teachers being heroes. I would call them superheroes. These are the front lines that are different from combat front lines, but still it's front lines. So I crossed my fingers sitting here in the west of Ukraine that we would be able to finish this panel without air raid alarm being rang off. I mean, yeah, there is no security and safety for anyone in Ukraine, and I want everyone to recognize this. Another issue about inclusivity, spatial inclusivity, is all about independence, the ability to pass independent decisions based on individual wishes and interests, and that do not require external guidelines. And it also echoes with political independence and sovereignty. Independence for each of us, it's first and foremost will, not cares, but will that helps a person to develop him or herself without violating rights of others, where people abide to social and legal laws and rules. A couple of analogs about the implementation of inclusivity educational approaches. Step by step, at your own pace, you need to recognize that we'll manage. We're not just observers. We are creators of those processes, because not a single kid should feel different, alien, and excluded from educational and social processes. That's the main task of the inclusivity. While growing up, kids with special educational needs learns acceptance, and that's what we learn as well, to see the kids' problems, but doing everything we can to help the kid to adapt to the modern life, being happy that we succeed, recognizing the drawbacks, but all that in the pace of this particular child, not hurrying up, not speeding up, but supporting, being happy, being proud, sharing both happiness and sometimes pain, because the world needs us like we are, special, true, unique. Each of us is unique, and respectively, each nation is interesting to the world and is useful by virtue of being unique, having its unique Great. Well, this message is well understood by all the participants of this event. It's all also about inclusivity. Each nation, each state can become more useful for the universe by using our ethnic uniqueness. That's why we fight and defend our unique state, and we feel the support of the world in this. I'm not talking about whether Ukraine is strong or weak. Today it's ruined and in pain now, but looking with commitment, looking forward into the future. And I'm convinced in that because we live in the time of great heroes. And that's probably my subjective point of view, but that calls for us to be even more committed. And our today's event is yet another confirmation of this. And another subjective opinion of mine, inclusivity, is when you stop talking about inclusivity, because it's all about freedom and independence. We are never alone. We look forward towards our joint victory to start building our new joint peaceful future for the sake of our kids and our teachers that are fighting at the front lines of educational front lines would help not only to revive the country, but also hopefully we'll be able to demonstrate to the world what could be done for the whole humankind to be changed. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you for such inspiring words. They have really inspired Miss Oksana. And you've seen on Mentimeter that there are lots of people who are IDPs who were forced to move from the temporarily occupied regions, who are still staying there, but at least they are interested to watch us now. The floor goes to the speaker, who is our main stakeholder, the director of the vocational school number 7 in the city of Kalisz, Volodymyr Melnik. The whole of Europe knows Kalisz thanks to your musicians who won the Eurovision this year. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to share a couple of words about our school. Well, now we'll show you the video that we have demonstrated at the ETF educational platform in the Netherlands. It's quite brief. And then I'll tell some more about the green transition and green and digital transition. Catering. And we're ready to revive and rebuild our country. We cooperate with such companies as Knauf, Henkel Bautechnik, Serezit, the Snezhka company. We have created technical skills training center. Also, we develop greening skills through protecting our environment and ecology. And we want to introduce the new occupation, the alternative energy mechanics.
And now let me take you to what I was going to share with you. What green energy or renewable energy is about for us, what green and digital transformation for VET is all about. I would like to have my presentation on the screen. So dear colleagues and friends, our higher vocational educational institution is in the network of excellence, centers for excellence. What are these centers of excellence about? For instance, if designers develop a car that will be launched on a conveyor tomorrow, we have to prepare workers for that. And this is what vocational education and training is all about. And such centers of excellence is all about tomorrow. That's something that Mr. Oleksiy talked about in his presentation. There will be special electronic offices. Every workshop will be equipped with the cutting-edge devices, state-of-the-art technology in order to learn new skills. We shape learning spaces. Because without it, there cannot be high-quality workers. And what is green transformation, for example, about? On the basis of our center of excellence, on the basis of our premises, we will set up an electronic farm, energy-saving farm that will be generating solar power, and the capacity will be 300 to 400 kilowatts, and this will be transmitted into the national grid, as well as sent for our purposes. Such power panel farms will also be combined with a special pumping system that will generate heat. And we are not going to be consumers of central heating. We are also following decarbonization. And everything will be run with a computer. For example, if in the morning it's plus 18 degrees centigrade, at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, this computer, that controls the energy pumping system, it will make sure that plus 20 will be, degrees centigrade will be generated within the premises. If in a gym it has to be plus 16, the computer will regulate the temperature staying at this optimum level. You are also familiar with smart homes. In our case, this will be a smart home on the basis of our institution with the square area of heating, which is 20,000 square meters. We pay for heating these days about 3 million hryvnias per year. And of course, there are thousands and thousands of such VET institutions across Ukraine. Each of them will have to pay about 1 million to 1.5 million heating. And for the Ukraine, it's going to be about 1 billion hryvnias in terms of economy. So if everyone, every center implements this green modernization, it'll be huge energy savings. I also wanted to show off, to boast about healthy nutrition system. We work based on the system developed by Evgen Kropotenko, a local popular chef in Ukraine, who has come up with a healthy nutrition system for school. And we have already been part of conferences and masterclasses in order to implement this institution system on our basis. We also use Henkel, Knauf, and Snezhka construction and refurbishing materials. We teach our students to save energy, to modernize heat, water, and electricity supply, particularly using the materials of Henkel Blut technique. I think that our institution is spearheading this activities. Back in 2021, we had an expert group of the European Investment Bank coming to our VET institution to do audit, and they recognized that on the basis of our institution, this Center of Excellence can be established. And starting with 2022 all the way through 2026, this project is going to be implemented. So dear colleagues and counterparts, you're welcome to come to when the center is going to be ushered. It's going to be new and wonderful. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the invitation. I think that some of you can already make a marking in your calendars that in 2026, perhaps at New Year, right? We can reach out to you and ask about when you will be celebrating the unveiling of your new Center of Excellence. We have taken a bit more time, but still, I would like to ask each of our speakers a question that we have received with the help of our Mentimeter. We had a question in English sent to us. We speak a lot about challenges, bottlenecks, hardships, about what we need, but how shall we prioritize that? Because we would like to hear from you about the priorities. What are the key priorities, major ones for us, where we can organize our cooperation? Let me start, please. Basically, it's hard for me to prioritize. It's very difficult because we understand that there is another priority at the top of our agenda. It's winning the war. And we understand it's developing new content in terms of education. It's not only digital content, but this element and component of education needs to be in line with the contemporary challenges, wants, everything that employers require from us. So it's dual work. It's not only to make sure that everything functions electronically, but it has to be relevant and innovative. So when we are planning and working on the development, we have to keep our sight on the developments in the future. So expert support will play a vital role in this respect, retraining teachers, especially when we talk about advanced training specialists, all of them thirst for new technologies, mental support for teachers and faculty members, something that we put behind us. They're heroes, it's true, but sometimes they also need to be rehabilitated. And of course, restoring our material, physical basis. Of course, we are not asking you to refurbish, re-equip all of our institutions. We understand it's impossible. Now the ministry is finishing its guidelines on optimizing the regional networks for the institutions of VET, vocational education and training. So after this becomes a reality, we want to make sure that these institutions become powerful. So we would like to have 700 pupils, not more, per every institution in regional centers. We understand how necessary it's for us to renovate the material basis. So energy saving facilities, the centers of excellence, like the one that has just been told about, they will remain at the top of our agendas. This is indeed one of our priority. Anything else to add? Well, we have to draw the line between what we think now about and what is there for the future. I'm an expert on decentralization in VET. So my operational objective, the way I see it, after the operational tasks are over, after the war is over, is to make sure that vocational education and training system will be very agile in responding to the needs and wants of the labor market. This is my greatest priority. What is needed for that, of course, it's arguable, but I don't want us to launch into this discussion now. I understand new professions, new occupations, new needs and wants from employers, new professional and educational standards are coming up. And I believe that educational institutions should not only be entitled, but they need to be inspired from within to establish cooperation with employers. This is something that needs to be integrated in regional economies. We know that VET institutions are financed and from local budgets as of now. And of course, it's a huge range of work. Of course, it's not a perpetuum mobile, but it's working ad infinitum, speaking in Latin. A great deal of work still lies ahead of us. Thank you. Valentina, please. Talking about faculty members, closer collaboration between higher education and VET. So re-equipment, retraining, and perhaps less tangible, but still most important for our joint work is raising the prestige of teaching profession and masters in occupational training. This will enable them to feel more comfortable and be more conscious of their role in global processes, because it's really very much definitive. Thank you. Let me also say that it's a great deal of responsibility incumbent on us and in VET institutions, because we have to prepare well-equipped staff, the ones that will restore, renovate, rebuild our Ukraine, our economy. I very much enjoyed the words by Mr. TSEPENDA, that we need to make a huge lunge forward to make sure that Ukraine becomes a full-fledged member of the European Union. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Volodymyr. If online, we also have Anastasia or Alessandra, then they're welcome to make some of their statements. If they're off, okay, then now we are going to take a short break. A 10-minute break it's going to be. And then we will get back to our next panel discussion. Thank you, everyone. Oh, we still have Mr. Michal KUBISH, who is the chief of a group of experts, who's representative of best skills of the European Union for Ukraine. We would like to hear a few words from you. We would like you to tell us some feedback, because a lot of what has been said today is part of your work of analytics that you have been doing for Ukraine.
Yes,
Perhaps
thank you very much.
Дуже дякую. Мене чутно добре?
Good afternoon, actually. Michal KUBISH, my name is Michal KUBISH. I represent Polish Solidarity Fund. Poland is not a Danube country, as you know, but we are part of the EU for Skills program, the program that will be discussed tomorrow during the panel number 4, I think. There will be a presentation about our program. This is quite a big program funded by the European Commission, primarily, but also co-funded by Germany, by Poland, and by Finland. And we are, Polish Solidarity Fund, we are a partner of this program. This program covers a lot of areas. It's been running since 2020. It still continues. We deal with issues like the things that we discussed before during today's meeting, huge work on career orientation, content development, even online courses recently that were discussed. But it will be presented tomorrow. I have been asked today to focus on specific work that has been done before the war, together with the Ministry of Education, with Irina Department for the Directorate for VET, the work on reforming funding system of vocational education in Ukraine. It has been very advanced. It reached very advanced stage, this work, I mean, and we developed very detailed recommendations and also the actual draft laws. And that's why I guess I have been asked to talk about it, because we hope we'll be able to, after victory, after the war, we'll be able to come back to these topics. They are very technical topics, so that's why I only signal them briefly today. But I just want to emphasize that it is not, it's very technical, very financial, mathematical, so to speak, but of course the purpose is not to help accountants, we see this financial reform as a tool for stimulating, for boosting quality, for stimulating labor market relevance of the educational system of VET, and also for tool for optimization that Irina mentioned. And they were like, briefly saying, there were like five major guidelines, major directions we indicated and we worked on, and we, as I said, we developed even very detailed procedures and proposed procedures and draft regulations. I will just name them. So first concept, first idea is about developing clear demarcation lines between national funding and regional funding, and focusing on maintenance, on basic needs, and the other one focusing on development, which is actually missing. Second proposal is about designing, developing clear formula, analytical formula for covering very specific categories of costs for VET schools, algorithm that will be on which the funding will be defined, will be provided. Nowadays, it's not the case. Then the third thing is about differentiation of costs based on different types of occupations. It is very important, and it should also work. This mechanism should also stimulate labor market relevance of the courses of the educational process. Fourth proposal, developed in very detailed, was about incentives for labor market relevance for occupations that are needed on the labor market. Basically speaking, briefly speaking, it's about introducing coefficients into formula, into algorithm that will promote occupations that are most relevant for the labor market, the higher cost of these occupations. And of course, it is linked with the need to develop tools for skill needs as an anticipation, for skill needs analysis. Actually, it will be discussed tomorrow. Under EU for Skills, we have developed very detailed and practical methodology for this anticipation of skills needs, based on employer surveys and based on graduate tracer surveys. And it had been implemented actually twice already, in 2021, in 2022. Of course, we couldn't do it, but in 2020, 2021, sorry, we actually implemented these tools, and it was done together with the National Employment Service of Ukraine. And the fifth one, very important one as well, is about reforming the way work-based learning is funded in Ukraine. Without going to details, we found out that the system that exists now is not sustainable really, based on it could only work for actually big companies. SMEs are not participating in the system. There is a need for some public assistance to this funding, public involvement of public funds into work-based learning. Also, solidarity mechanism is needed based on levies. There are a lot of ideas and concepts developed. Anyway, on the top of all this, what I listed, I just want to add something also for the fourth panel, maybe, that EU assistance that has been planned for Ukraine, for recovery, should also include not only funding for, which is of course obviously important nowadays even more, for infrastructure, for renovation, but also should stimulate the processes I just listed, should help to pilot the mechanism that we suggest, and should also get involved into future European programs, should get into actual co-financing of educational process of career of work-based learning. What I mean is European Social Fund type of measures that should also be included into future packages for assisting Ukraine. And it is also, I mention it because it's linked with funding. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо дуже, пане Міхал. Дякуємо за коментарі.
This is an air raid alarm all across Ukraine, not yet in our region. We'll have coffee break. We'll be back in 10 minutes time. So we are back to the second panel discussion, education, training, inclusivity, transformation in the time of war. And panel one, we discussed digital technologies quite a bit. We discussed what we want to see in the new educational system of Ukraine. But this second panel are all online with us. That's how we're going to test those digital capabilities that we have mentioned in panel one. I'd like to pass the floor to our first keynote speaker, Ms. Oksana Polyakova, Director General of the Directorate of Social Protection of the Rights of People with Disabilities, Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. Ms. Oksana, can you hear us? Are you there? Good afternoon. I can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon. So, a couple of words on behalf of your ministry. Esteemed colleagues, esteemed participants of this event, it's a pleasure for me to attend this conference. The problem of the employment of people with disabilities was, is, and will remain relevant, because ensuring their employment is the best proof of integration into this society and the efficiency of the government policy. Unfortunately, the statistics on the number of people with disabilities, even pre-war, had the trend of increasing. It used to be more than 2.5 million in 2010. In 2018, 2.6 million. Early 2022, this figure was already 2.7 million people. These statistical data are quite high, especially since the population of Ukraine keeps decreasing annually. On February the 24th, the tragic date for Ukraine, the consequences of this war are already catastrophic, including in social sphere. There is a sharp increase, and it will only increase the number of people with disabilities. These are disabilities among children, women, and of course our military defenders. This is the high price that Ukraine pays for our choice to be integrated into the civilized world, in particular into European Union. I represent the government agency, the Ministry of Social Policy, whose main job is to design and implement the social policy, in particular in respect to the people with disabilities and the issues of their employment. This is the problem of the society, not of an individual. That's why, in order to resolve it, becomes the priority in the work of our ministry. Over the last 20 years in Ukraine, we have applied the quota system for the employment of people with disabilities. You employ 4% of people with disability, then you don't pay certain duties. If you don't meet this quota, you pay administrative fines, and then those funds are being streamlined to meet the needs of people with disabilities, in particular the employment needs. According to Article 27 of the Convention of United Nations on people with disabilities and the EU regulations on equal treatment in employment and professional activities, in order to guarantee that the principle of dignity is being adhered in respect to people with disabilities, the member countries will defend the right to earn the living through employment, which being chosen by the person with disability freely when the market, a labor market, is open and inclusive for people with disabilities. Those two documents have been ratified by Ukraine. That's why for us they are mandatory. According to operational data, as of at the beginning of 2022, the total number in Ukraine of people with disabilities of employment age is 2.2 million persons, of whom only 600,000 were employed, which is 26% only. This small percentage has been calculated before the full-fledged invasion of the Russian Federation. But according to the International Labour Organization, 4.6 million people in Ukraine lost their jobs since the beginning of the intrusion. If the combat continues, then this figure will increase up to 7 million. That is to say, today it's impossible to forecast how many people with disabilities have already lost jobs or will lose them in the future. The post-war renovation of the economy will use the principles of deregulation and liberalization, including the need for Ukraine to integrate into the EU. And in this direction, we have a window of opportunities, namely to introduce barrier-free environment in all of the spheres, including labor market. The experience of the countries where the quota of employment for people with disabilities has been successfully introduced prove that the key factor should be the incentives for employers by introducing flexible mechanisms to meet relevant quotas, the regulation of all of the processes. At the same time, it's worth being stated that the modern approaches are stipulated in a number of draft laws of Ukraine, namely draft law of Ukraine on introducing amendments to some laws of Ukraine on providing for the support of disabled people. This draft law has been drafted by Galina Tretiakova, an MP, and it will stipulate substantial reformatting of this sphere, namely by providing incentives to employers to employ people with disabilities. This draft law is still being reviewed by stakeholders, namely by members of parliament. After it's passed, this law will provide an impetus, new realities at the labor market in respect of treatment of people with disabilities, because this is the top priority for us. That's what people with disabilities are waiting for, those who want to be proactive and useful for our society. Thank you for your attention. It's true that we are very much interested in all of the legislative efforts of your ministry, of the parliament. That's why what we mentioned in the first panel, it's important for us to broadcast what Ukraine needs, what the Ukrainian partners need to know, how we can be helpful to ensure that those new draft laws become a reality, so that we would think through new sources of funding, something that we'll be discussing at panel 4 tomorrow. So if there are any additional ideas how we can cooperate and improve on partnership ties, we would be grateful to hear from all of our speakers. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Maria Marginter from the Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization. Ms. Maria, can you hear us?
Yes,
We're ready to pass the floor.
Can you hear me? Yes. And my greetings to Ivano-Frankivsk and to the digital space, which is uniting us today. And I'm speaking to you on behalf of ÖAD, the Austrian Agency for Education and Internationalization. We are a very large organization working for the Austrian Ministry on very different agendas, starting from grants to corporations. And I personally work in the Department for International Cooperation Offices and Foreign Language Teaching. And I am responsible together with my colleagues in Ukraine and in the Republic of Moldova, to implement cooperation projects in different areas. And I wanted to present to you today some projects which we have, some activities which we have come up very directly after the war started. We had to interrupt our running activities in Odesa in Ukraine very suddenly, and we tried to come up with some helpful support which we could offer to our partners. So I'm trying to share maybe my short presentation. I'm going to speak about projects in Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova because we are offering support in both countries, and in the Republic of Moldova, as you know, there are many Ukrainian refugees, and we are focusing on the educational systems of both countries. And this is why I'm also presenting our activities in Ukraine, which are very similar to those in the Republic of Moldova. So we have duplicated some activities in order to make them possible at very short notice. So basically, these projects are under the big umbrella topic of psychosocial support for students and teachers in Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. So this is not moving. Interesting. Okay, just a moment. I'm trying to. Yeah. We have started educational cooperation between the Austrian Ministry of Education and Ukraine has officially in a systemized way started in 2004. We have since then had an educational coordinator active in Odesa, but working with other institutions in Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine also. At present, the educational coordinator for Austria in Ukraine is Mr. Eisenmann, and he, after leaving Odesa in February, he has since opened his office in Uzhhorod and is still at the moment there and working actively in Uzhhorod. Our running projects before the start of the war have been in the areas of digitalization, inclusive education, and management of school clusters and leadership training. These were our main activities before the war started. At the end of February, we tried to make a very, very concrete and very effective package in this area of psychosocial support. And we have called all these activities, we have labeled them NIR, because of course we all hope for peace in Ukraine and for the Ukrainian people as soon as possible. And our educational projects are focused on formal education, schools, teachers, school psychologists. These are our main target groups. We have organized a series of webinars on crisis intervention for Ukrainian teachers and school psychologists. We have done this with support of Austrian experts who are working for the organization HEMAYAT. HEMAYAT is an organization very experienced in trauma therapy for refugees. Since many years, they have been working in this area, and experts from this organization have shared their knowledge in webinars. We have put together, on the basis of these webinars, we have put together educational videos, 2 of them on the topic of crisis intervention. And these educational videos will be available on the ÖAD YouTube channel. I will pass the link at the end of my presentation. Yes. We have also translated a handbook by one of the Hemayat experts called in English Being on Their Side. This is a handbook aimed at people in general working with refugees, but especially with refugee children. And this book has been published already in Ukrainian. It's now on at this moment, we are distributing 6,000 copies in Ukraine, and we hope that we can give some practical ideas and support to people working with refugee children, students. This is where we are distributing the copies. We have also translated a series of online booklets which have been put together by experts of Hemayat during the refugee crisis in 2015. These booklets are available online. You can find the link at the bottom, Trauma Surviving. These booklets are aimed at young people. They can read them either themselves, or it can be used in the course of therapies. It can be used by school psychologists or teachers. They are very practical and very down to earth. So this is available for everyone, and we have translated them into Ukrainian and Romanian language. Apart from that, I'm very happy that on the panel today is also Serhii Bogdanov. He's our project partner in a big project we are running called Safe Space with the Mohyla Academy at the National University of Kiev. And the idea of this project, which Serhii and his colleagues have started already earlier, we are taking a kind of group which is newly joined this project, and the idea is to train trainers who will then work with altogether 2,500 teachers in Ukraine to support them in their interaction with traumatized pupils in the classroom. Yes, we are also organizing now in October a live seminar in Užhorod with two Austrian psychotherapists. They are going to be in Užhorod for a week, working with school psychologists and also teachers. And we have organized information webinars for Austrian teachers who have Ukrainian students in their classrooms to get them familiar, make them familiar with the Ukrainian school system, educational system. These are our activities we have implemented since beginning of March, and they are ongoing until the end of the year. And basically, these activities are also happening in Moldova. In Moldova, we have been cooperating since 2003, and the projects are. We have also translated the book I have mentioned. We have translated the educational video. The webinars we have offered are similar, with a similar target group. And we are also organizing now in October an exchange visit of experts from the Moldovan educational system to Vienna to familiarize themselves with the integration of Ukrainian students into the local school system. That is something we are organizing for Moldovan experts. Yes, basically this is what I wanted to share with you. We are concerning inclusive education. we have been supporting projects in Moldova for a long time. We have basically passed all the steps from general education. We are now finishing a project on career consultancy and of the link between general education and vocational education. We have just finished quite a successful project on this topic with a publication. So inclusive education is one of the red threads running through our work. Yes, of course, this is also something that is accompanying us in this very acute support during the war. Thank you for your attention. I have mentioned the links to the booklets here, and the educational videos on crisis intervention will be, as I said, available on our YouTube channel, on the ÖAD YouTube channel from the end of September. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, Марія. Ви насправді відповіли на наше запитання в чаті, хто писав з приводу того, де можна взяти публікації, по суті. Тому останні...
Hands on your publications, so the slide of Maria's presentation basically contains all of those links. Where would you be able to download the publications and videos she mentioned in her presentation? Thanks a lot, Maria. It's true, later on, we'll have Sergey among our speakers, a person you've mentioned today, who works in one of your projects from Kyiv-Mohyla Academy. And now I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Marina Tverdostup. There was a very interesting study from the Austria's Agency for Education and Internationalization, from the Vienna Institute of International Economic Studies. So, Ms. Marina, can you share with us what findings did you have, what recommendations you can provide us with on how to cooperate in the sphere of vocational education and for the countries of Danube strategy in particular? Ms. Marina, the floor is yours.
To thank for this opportunity to be here and to talk about the topic which has a great research interest for me as a person, as a labor economist, primarily working on the questions of labor market inequalities, and also as a person with Ukrainian roots and still having some extended family connections in Ukraine. And so because I work at the research institution, so we do mainly academic research, but we do have a lot of research specifically designed to provide policy recommendations. And obviously since the start of the war launched by Russia against Ukraine, the question of all the aspects of the war has been in the core of our research. My specific focus is on the Ukrainian refugee integration. And here, again, as a labor economist, I do investigate mainly integration on the labor market, economic and social aspects of integration on the labor market. And the study we're referring to, yes, this is one of the major results we had so far. And what I would like to start with before going into the details is about the whole basis which was laid for the labor market integration and of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. And that was obviously fundamentally settled by the temporary protection scheme, which was launched in all the European countries or equivalent national schemes, which is a milestone of the European policy towards refugee integration, because it assumes immediate entry to the labor market at the first place, but not least importantly, immediate access to the education system and all various training and education programs. And while the major policy and media attention has been so far on specifically labor market integration, because this is really the case that obviously the European policymakers here in Austria and elsewhere in Europe, they do want to make people integrated in labor market, to find them jobs so that they can firstly sustain themselves better and they could also contribute to the host country economy. However, in my small talk, I would really want to focus more on the education part. And this was really also something I've been focusing on this research piece you were referring to. because education lays a basis for labor market integration of Ukrainian refugees due to many reasons, but I would focus on two major reasons. And the first reason relates to the demographic profile of Ukrainian refugees, because something we all know is that almost over 80% of the refugees are females and minor children. So we do have absolute majority of refugees being females with small kids. And obviously for them, the education, and specifically the preschool education and the childcare, are the primary necessities. So before they can even think about employment, they do need to have an access to a free or at least very affordable childcare, preschool education enrollment. And this has been something what was it has been a crucial step for integration. It was like an immediate step which was undertaken, that there were lots of additional childcare, preschool education spots provided for Ukrainian refugees, additional centers organized, and for instance, in Austria, this is also a part of the integration fund activities, that they do provide the childcare facilities for females who are enrolled in education and language courses, etc. But obviously, it's not just about the kids under the school age. It's also about the children of the school age, because with many children arriving to Europe, the question is how to integrate them in the education system, which language of the teaching should be, and that depends on very many factors, and it also depends on the capacity of the country, the host country. And here there were very many different, especially the national level initiatives undertaken. So in Austria, it's mainly organized as a part of existing schools, so there are extra classes for Ukrainian school children with teaching either in the native language, again, by hiring teachers from among the refugee population, or it's also sometimes the separate small schools organized for Ukrainians. And in some countries, like I also know very well from Estonia, in Tallinn, there is actually from September a very big new school for Ukrainians specifically. So there is a lot of local initiative on the national level to integrate Ukrainian school kids, and this is absolutely crucial. It's absolutely crucial, obviously, for laying the background, the solid background for the future of the children affected by the war, the displaced children, but also for the labor market future of their mothers, because obviously arriving alone to Europe with a small child, a woman cannot even think about employment unless she has a childcare access, a good childcare access. And the second crucial factor why education is, I would say, a primarily objective or at least equally important as labor market integration, it relates to the adult people, because this is something we all, especially the labor people working in labor economics, talk a lot about, and this is also something Mr. Michal KUBISH referred to, is about the mismatch between qualifications, skills, and employment. And in case of Ukrainian refugees, I would really stress that this is even more crucial than in case of the previous refugee flows, so from the refugee crisis of the year 2015-2016, because Ukrainians do hold very good educational attainments, on average much higher than in the European Union, and that especially concerns females. But the problem is that even though you have a higher education degree, even though you have a good diploma, even if your diploma is of equivalent standards as in the European Union, you may still face troubles making use of it in Europe. And this is firstly because of the language, but I would say that this barrier is probably one of the, maybe not the easiest, but one of the most clear in terms of how to overcome it, because people are given, refugees are given a very easy access to the language courses in each and every European member states. Very good courses from A1, from basic level up until C1. So they do have a good possibility to be enrolled in the language courses to acquire the host country language and then go into the labor market. The second, and I would say that this is even so far a very big problem, is the recognition of the educational credentials. And there are lots of private stories I've heard here in Austria while visiting in scope of the field study, the integration center here in Vienna, is that very many people, they struggle to recognize their education, their higher education degree, for instance, university diploma. And this is obviously related to the local bureaucracy. In some countries could be easier, in some countries could be more complicated. But obviously, there should be a unified European procedure on how to recognize the Ukrainian diplomas and how to organize them in a quick and efficient way, how to organize all the curriculum and help people get a better and a faster access to the labor market and help them to get a job which corresponds to their qualification. And the third aspect here is, well, even if the person, assume the person has language skill, person has recognized the educational credentials, there is still a very big problem of the correspondence between the skills and qualifications obtained in Ukraine and the ones which are really needed here in the European labor market. And here there are very many aspects. And one could think about specific qualifications like for lawyers, for instance, the exact skills you obtain, they are very specifically tailored towards the legislation in the specific country, right? So it would be very complicated for those people who, with a degree in law to find equivalent job in Austria unless they do a full requalification procedure. And this is really something what very many people opt for. And that was also a bit of a personal surprise for me when I was talking to people in integration fund facilities, is that people do want, even though having good education from Ukrainian institutions, many of them, they would want to obtain a completely new qualification in order to find their place on the local labor market, find a good place, right, with the good employment possibilities, with career progression possibilities, with a good wage, etc. So those are the questions which concern the adult population and education of adult population. This is really something which should not be overlooked because in the policy debate, what we often see is it's either about the employment prospects, labor market integration, or it's about the education, and then the focus is primarily on children. But this is not. This is largely also about the adults, because when we look at the labor market integration, to have a smooth integration path, one has to qualify, one has to have enough qualification, and one has to find a job which corresponds to skills and competences. And this is something which gets even more acute as the war continues, and as unfortunately the war outlooks are still uncertain. We all hope for the best. We're all extremely happy with the good developments on the battlefield, but still we have to recognize the fact that the war outlooks are uncertain. We don't know exactly how long the war will last, but the certain point is that the longer war lasts, more and more people will aim to stay in a host country. They will probably, their intention to stay will get stronger, and especially if they have kids enrolled in the schools, they will set the roots here, right? And if the people, and that also concerns the adult people, right? If they get enrolled in education, they get enrolled in training programs, they find employment, obviously they tend to stay. And in this respect, the policy focus is gradually shifting from this temporary protection, which is assumed to be a short-term program, a kind of a relief program in order to address this very unexpected and extreme crisis which occurred in the European, I would say, focusing on the European labor markets. But now the focus is shifting towards the longer-term program, because currently there are really long-term policy actions which would assume planning across the structural capacities. This is something that is needed in you, more policy action on that. So I would probably stop, for the good sake of time, I would stop at this point. I would thank you for the attention, and I really hope that you were able to hear me, because there are sometimes internet interruptions, unfortunately, at the Institute, but I hope you were able to hear at least some parts of my talk. Thank you.
Так, Марина, дуже дякуємо. Ми насправді вас дуже гарно чули.
In fact, we heard you very well with some small interruptions. We understood there were some slight video delays, but that's not a problem. Thank you very much. It's been important for us to hear that, and we have spoken about it today, concerning the fact that we have internally displaced persons that we have to work equally with, like those people, asylum seekers and refugees that moved out of Ukraine. We have a different level of responsibility. One is responsibility of the government of Ukraine, another is responsibility of other governments, but still we have field for cooperation and for other interaction and talk. And it's important that the people who would like to get back to Ukraine as a safe country, would obtain additional skills that they could support their country with and thus facilitate its renovation and recovery. Therefore, it's true, it's a very big process and there's a lot to be done in the future. And it's again a level of communication with other governments in other countries. Thank you very much indeed for this thesis. And next I would like to give the floor to Mr. Jörg Myrtle, Research and Project Manager, L&R Social Research Vienna. Mr. Jörg is also on the team of co-coordination, priority number 9, on behalf of the Austrian team. Mr. Jörg, can you hear us?
Hello.
Let us know if you can hear you. Так, здравствуйте. Доброго дня. Раді вас бачити, Надю.
L&R, which is an independent institute, a research institute in social sciences with the focus on gender, but also labor market, social inclusion. And as Nadia has said, we also support the coordinators in Austria of the Priority Area 9, where we closely cooperate with Ukraine and the institutions there. However, this is not the function within which I'm talking to you today. I will rather go for presenting a project that deals with social innovation. So that is my topic, social innovation. And at the end, I will maybe come back and say a little about the Danube strategy. I would just like, before I start, I'd like to comment on what Marina has said. I recently talked to a German teacher in Vienna, and he said he has a lot of Ukrainians that he teaches. And I think that also the, like dealing with German grammar and stuff, that's also a heroic battle. And he was amazed by how quickly Ukrainians learn German. So he can also be proud of that. But just let me start with the project I'm presenting to you today. So this is not in the framework of the Danube strategy, which is our framework today. However, at the end, I will tell how it is related to it. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. So this is a project that deals with social innovation. Oh, I cannot move forward. It's always the same problem that I have. So now it works. Okay. So it's a project that we have won that is funded by the European Union, DG Employment, and it's in a way both a national endeavor but also a transnational one. And where we cooperate with an Austrian institution for the national part, but also with some countries in Central and Southeast Europe, namely Slovakia, Hungary, and Bulgaria, and also with an institution in Brussels, and also some other institutions as additional partners. And this is just one out of 6 transnational projects that on the European level should start this process of fostering social innovation at the European level. So you can see the 6 projects and 25 countries are covered. So the ultimate aim is to cover the entire European Union, and all of these projects assemble a number of different institutions, be it NGOs, ministries, regional offices, cities, innovation centers, universities, and so on and so forth. So what is social innovation? And this is a question that is almost funny, but it's also very, very serious. So first, it's funny because there's no ultimate definition of social innovation. It's a notion that comes more or less from academia, that is already pretty old, or for decades it has existed in the academic discourse, and now it went into the policy. And here you can see one expression from the law that defines the European Social Fund, and this law says that social innovation is a number of ideas, services, practices, and with the aim that is innovative but also social. And this assembles a number of discourses, be it the entrepreneurial side or more bottom-up processes with involvement of NGOs. And I would say there's also an element of social inclusion to it. And in the recent past, also an element that is related to sustainable development. You know, if you have climate change on this planet, you need to figure out how to adapt our societies. It needs new behaviors and so on and so forth. When we talk about social inclusion, we often think about giving something to people who are in need, but in this giving, we also can reflect how this relates to our societies and what kind of innovation, what innovative approaches are there when it comes to social inclusion. So if to give an example, when we deal with refugees in Austria, of course, there's a top-down process, like decisions that the state has to make how to integrate mostly Ukrainians nowadays into the labor market or somewhere else. But there's also an active community and an active community of NGOs, active citizens and so on, that need to help to cope with this endeavor. Okay, so but coming back to the definition, there's no ultimate definition. However, there's a discourse, and already talking about this issue makes it somehow happening. And this is something that took myself a long time to understand. Okay, so what are our targets? Of course, there's a lot of networking, there's capacity building, and the third one is transnational exchange. I have already described this. We can learn from each other. And I think, you know, during this conference, we have talked a lot about how brave the Ukrainian nation, the Ukrainian people are. And I think there's a lot to learn from them for the other European nations. And of course, on a smaller level in Austria, it's capacity building and raising the awareness about the concept of social innovation. And ultimately, towards the end of the project, developing tools and methods and see what could be the impact of reflecting on this. So we started by mapping what different actors think about social innovation. Mostly they come from the NGO side, but also from the public administration. And here they see more a very local, very regional impact of social innovation. So basically how we deal with each other. And they see a very strong bottom-up, so a very strong bottom-up aspect of social innovation. But I will talk later a bit about the top-down. And there's also what we find out in this survey that we conducted is that the target groups must be involved. Very important. So as I understood it, social innovation follows a participatory approach. And the relevant stakeholders are mostly, it depends a bit on the discourse. According to our survey, it's mostly associations. But I think if you look down at the end, you have the federal administration in Austria. I think one target of this endeavor of making social innovation on the European level in the EU more prominent is to kind of equilibrate this. And I will show later how this is going to be done. So you see the 3 phases of our project. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of project implementation details. This is just to tell you there's a blue phase, the mapping phase, there's a phase of networking, establishment of the national competence centers of social innovation in each country. So we are doing this for Austria. There will be a competence center, or it's already happening. And then towards the end, we will see what kind of tools we have developed and which conclusions we can draw. But that's not the end of the story. So we will foster the peer learning between not only in Austria, but also among the 4 countries that participate. We will establish 3 thematic networks related to topics that I have already mentioned. So to be very precise, what can a social innovation project be? For instance, you have, let's say you have long-term unemployed people that are already close to being retired, and then you develop, let's say, a workshop where they can repair computers. So you combine 2 aspects. They get a job, although they will be retired soon, funded by the state, and they repair computers, so it's also sustainable and for the benefit of the society. We will replicate practices and, of course, participate in the knowledge exchange on the European level. So I talked a lot about the bottom up, and this is about the top down, namely the European Commission is going to integrate social innovation both on the national EU money that is spent on within the European Social Fund, but they will also create a transnational cooperation platform. All of that to foster social innovation. So to bring into the social field, be it labor market measures or measures of social inclusion, an aspect of innovation. And I think it's very worthwhile to have this to reflect upon how we live together, how we can integrate people, how we can just and fair societies. So that's basically it. I promised at the beginning that I would create a link to the macro-regional strategy, the Danube strategy. Of course, if you look at this is for the EU member states, and Ukraine is not yet an EU member state. However, we already cooperate with Interreg. We cooperate, of course, in our Danube strategy with Ukraine as coordinator. And I think there could be a stronger reflection from our side on how to deal with this new concept of social innovation. There are other EU funds, of course, that consider this, where Ukraine participates. And yes, so that's basically my message, to give this concept a chance and to see it not as a stable concept, but as an invitation to innovate and to reflect on our social policies, be it education or labor market measures. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Дякую, Йорк.
Thank you, York. It's indeed true. Today we have said that this conference for us is a kind of a kickoff. And after that, we'll have to take it to deeper aspects, topic-based, and it's very fine that we have some examples that can become inspirational and we can take them as food for thought. Even days after our event, it will be possible to watch, to listen, and to read these presentations, because technically it's possible today to record things and watch them once again at the time which is convenient for you. So it's very important to support such stories and make sure that they're inspirational. Once again, use these recordings. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Serhiy Bogdanov. We have already spoken about the projects which are implemented by the Kyiv National Mohyla Academy, and Mr. Serhiy is director for the Center of Mental Health and Psychosocial Aid at the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, based in Kyiv. All right, so Mr. Serhiy, now you have some time to make the presentation of your project. Maria has already mentioned it. It's truly exciting, and I think it will be exciting for everyone who's listening to us now. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for this invitation, for this opportunity. I'm here to represent National Kyiv-Mohyla Academy, the Center for Mental Health and Psychosocial Aid. And I will be talking about special Safe Space program. And I would like to thank Maria Makinta and in her person, the Austrian Agency for Internationalization for this leadership and spearheading this initiative. And I would like also to thank the National Service of Educational Quality, because in very short terms, we were able to start implementing a large-scale projects, which I'm ready to present to you today. Our Center of Psychosocial Mental Health works like a center of excellence. We understand that all our employees need to be involved in research work, educational training work, and practical aspects of work. So we develop works and adapt them, we explore their efficiency, and if they prove to be efficient, then we implement them in Ukraine and other countries. But first of all, they're meant for Ukrainians. So Safe Space program was developed by us. It's our auteur program in collaboration with Children's UNICEF Fund and in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. It was established in 2014 because then we were faced with the problem of a great number of children and teachers and schooling staff who suffered as a result of stress connected with war. And it was necessary to rehabilitate them within short terms. As of now, the situation has escalated and covered the whole country, and now we're observing the processes that began in 2014, and these processes are very similar to what's happening now, and we see that this program is very efficient. We keep it studying and researching into its efficiencies. We see that a lot of families have been separated, a great number of children, even if they are based in Ukraine, they cannot see their fathers. Sometimes they cannot see their friends. They're separated from their domiciles, their homes, and this impacts their mental health, decreases their internal resources, diminishes their resilience, and understandable, it's necessary to implement such programs that will aim at prevention and strengthening such internal resources within children within very short terms, avoiding exacerbating these processes and driving them to mental disruptions. My slides are in English, but I will be commenting on them in Ukrainian. From our experience and background, about 20-25% of children who are based in Ukraine in one way or another will have manifestations, will demonstrate psychosocial stress, which in a way is also a natural reaction to these events, but after a while, this can grow and transform into greater mental disruptions. This will be a small percentage, but nevertheless, these will be children who are being affected by the trauma exposure. About 90% of the children who in one way or another have experienced different expressions and manifestations of this impact, starting with air raid sirens and all the way to direct contact being part of being affected by hostilities, which means that what we need now in Ukraine, this is one of the priorities, we need to implement such projects very quickly because they have already demonstrated their efficiency and they will definitely result very positively. Because in a very purposeful way, they will meet the needs of such affected children, and the needs of children can vary from everyday stress or initial reactions to traumatic events, all the way to more complicated disruptions like suicidal behavior or mental disruptions. These are different groups of children with different needs who require different approaches in order for these problems to be resolved. Now we require programs that will be targeted not only at children, school population, but also school staff. I mean, members of faculty members, school psychologists who have double burden because they have been affected and traumatized by war themselves. And they manifest the same mental and psychological reactions. They care about their families and care for their families, but they have to help both themselves and while caring after the school population, the school children. And just as it was said by our colleagues and counterparts, we have a great number of IDPs and refugees to other countries of the European Union, and respectively mental health very much is impactful on the processes of integration and their capacity to function. So you can imagine that at present, the capacity of such people to interact with their peers, doing homework, playing, research activity, all of this has been greatly affected by war because children are reluctant to play, they don't want to study, they sleep badly, this affects disruptively and adversely their memory capacity, and of course this results in new problems which decreases their interest in communication and interaction with peers. So the earlier we begin this interaction, the earlier we can start supporting them, both individually and as part of learning classes. The faster these children will be able to restore and recover. So this is all the aspects of our safe space program. So this program is of two tiers, of two levels. On the one hand, we teach teachers, we train them about some important things like breaking the ice with children, understanding what the children are experiencing, how to help ourselves, self-care, how to help kids to recover from stress as quickly as possible, and different ways to do that, because we work with all teachers, subject teachers who are not psychological specialists, they just teach their subjects, but they can also include certain gaming elements into their teaching, psychological, psychosocial games, and they help to set contact with such children and enable children to recover quickly, and of course to facilitate group interaction within groups. And of course we teach them the skills of facilitation and discussion in their groups. So these are general pedagogical skills, teaching skills, but still today we can see a great need, a thirst amongst teachers for these skills to be obtained. And as Maria, my colleague, said, we have trained 4,000 teachers, and we are aiming to train 200,000 children, and we hope that this number will increase by the end of this year. If we talk about the motivation of teachers for this kind of programs, this motivation is really high. In the month of August, we made an enrollment for such teachers. All of the places were taken up by the teachers who are wanting to take part in this program. There's a real thirst for such training, particularly the teachers who are situated near the areas of hostilities. We see how much there is a demand for these programs, for them to understand children, to set contact, to build rapport, and to help these children learn. Because the Ministry of Education in its report said that 50% of the polled believe that psychological and mental problems affect children's capacity to learn, and 70% will require additional psychological programs to be implemented within schools. So schools at this very basic level help us to stabilize children's conditions and preserve this interest, this thirst for learning, because now a lot of schools are doing educational processes online. It's very difficult to activate children when they're studying physically, and online, of course, due to social and mental processes, of course, there will be greater anxiety due to partying. These children will lack interest and excitement about learning. From month to month, we can see the number of more exacerbated cases growing, both amongst adults and children, when people think suicidally about themselves, when they want to harm themselves and hurt themselves in some way. So the system of intervention has some advantages. With reference to Ukraine, we may argue that educational system, general secondary education in Ukraine, has school psychologists, trained school psychologists, so we can teach them these interventions. And you can see from the scheme that we teach on a double level. Both the teachers and psychologists and teachers are taught how to redirect children with problems and trauma to psychologists, and in this way we can significantly improve the psychological condition of children and thus meet their needs in a better way, more targeted way. The system of safe space has its own methodological materials developed and approved by the Ministry of Education and Science and recommended to be implemented. This is meant for both parents and teachers, and this is done freely. We also have a website aimed at parents of such children, where they can see what reactions children can demonstrate for parents to understand properly and interpret these reactions in a proper way. We also conduct a series of webinars for parents, and that's something that we will be doing in the future to help them support themselves and their children in a better way. So that's something that I wanted to share with you, and you may have understood that we are also implementing this project in Moldova, and before February 24th, 2022, we also fostered very effective relations with the Ministry of Education in Belarus. Nowadays, unfortunately, this has been put on stall, but this program of safe space can be very easily adapted to local contexts, to the countries where Ukrainian children situated, and it is being implemented in Austria. A group of psychologists who work with Ukrainian children, teenagers, especially school leavers, have already been trained according to this program. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you, Sergei. It's always most exciting to listen to your presentation. It's not the first time I've heard about it from you. That's why we have invited you, because we wanted you to present your practical experience and make sure that others who haven't heard about it could understand how this can be lived with, where they can go to if there is a need for both teachers and representatives of vocational education and training. For those that still remain within the country, it still will definitely be very useful for them to participate in such online courses and workshops. Thank you, Sergei. Now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Svetlana Pomina, Director of the State Rehabilitation Institution Center for Complex Rehabilitation for Persons with Disabilities, called Donbas. It's practical experience, a practical component of how you're working now, because you are a facility which is internally displaced. So could you tell us kindly about the challenges you're confronted with, and perhaps you have developed some best practices that you can share with your counterparts in other regions and in other areas. Good afternoon, dear participants. I would like to thank for this opportunity to participate in your conference. I want to extend my gratitude for all support that IDPs and people with disabilities, as well as all needy people, are obtaining today, both from executive authorities and the international community. I'm in charge of the State Rehabilitation Institution Center for persons with disabilities, Donbass. The purpose is to exercise a comprehensive complex of, in order to make sure that people with disabilities, particularly children, can develop the skills and maintain and preserve their sustainability and independence, and can fulfill their personal potential in society. We implement a complex of different activities: professional rehabilitation, physical, psychological, social rehabilitation, medical observations, and sports, vocational rehabilitation. As of today, the rights of people with disabilities to participate actively in the society and protection of their interests have been enshrined by a number of laws and acts, and aim at creating equality with able-bodied people, and thus enable them to fully exercise their constitutional rights and freedoms, ensuring freedom access for people with disabilities for our country is one of the top humanitarian objectives. The war, unfortunately, introduced its adjustments into our life. Due to hostilities, the number of people with disabilities is growing and very steeply, and the number of civilians losing their limbs, people who yesterday were healthy and independent, now need urgent comprehensive rehabilitation. In the first place, mental and physical rehabilitation, restoring their social status and ensuring their social adaptation to society conditions. Predominantly, these people can still work, and they require professional rehabilitation and further jobs and placements. People with disabilities, from our experience, cannot equally compete with fully able-bodied people. The decline in the economy caused by war exacerbated the level of unemployment in Ukraine. It's 35% right now, the unemployment rate in Ukraine is. Therefore, professional rehabilitation of persons with disabilities is one of the most acute problems. But these issues relate, for the most part, the people that became disabled recently. However, there is a string of other problems. It's the people with disabilities amongst the IDPs. Starting with the first days of hostilities, a lot of these people were forced to flee, and evacuation from some of the regions still continues. And amongst IDPs, of course, there are disabled people. Utility bills are high. They have to rent new houses, and they reside in hostels or in temporary shelters and asylums. And of course, conditions in such shelters are not well adjusted to the needs of persons with disabilities, which of course makes it difficult for them to socialize. When they live in shelters of temporary character, people with disabilities, as a rule, don't have that private and personal space. Being amongst people really disrupts their unstable psychological state. The level of tolerance of the people that reside among such people, IDPs with disabilities, directly impacts and very adversely their emotional condition. And one of the problems is also that the parents of children with disabilities, as a rule, lose connection with the specialists who before war were in close touch with these affected children in order to facilitate their mental condition. I'm talking about different physicians. And now when conditions get better, children have to adjust and learn to trust new people. Sometimes parents cannot find professionals, and children cannot find any rehabilitation or qualitative education. And amongst other problems for children with disabilities, they feel social isolation, disconnected from the society when they are in emergency situations. It's impossible to hear them when sirens, air raid sirens sound. when technical devices of rehabilitation get lost, like crutches, canes, wheelchairs, etc. So the lack of communication, missing the nearest and dearest, being placed abroad, being displaced, these are different adverse conditions that negatively affect the mental condition of these people and thus make it impossible sometimes for these people to find employment opportunities. A great number of IDPs were forced to move to the west of Ukraine, and even before the war, there were difficulties to find jobs, not only for people with disabilities, but even for able-bodied people. All online jobs and career opportunities could be a solution here, but a lot of these people have no access to internet, and retraining remotely virtually become impossible and out of touch for these people. A great number of caretakers in our institution who work with persons with disabilities have already been directly affected by all of these aspects. This period became a period of crazy coherence and cohesion amongst the citizens of Ukraine when we try to help each other as best as we can. Now our institution is in Ivano-Frankivsk in the west of Ukraine, and we hope that we will be able to launch fully into operation in the nearest terms and thus provide the full complex of rehabilitation services. And of course, we are planning to provide professional rehabilitation adaptation to our wards. And we have a great deal of support which has been extended to us from the regional administration, from the Ministry of Social Policies of Ukraine. We involve international organizations in cooperation with us. We have already achieved agreement of setting digital space where children and people with disabilities will have a possibility to master new digital professional skills, which eventually will enable them to find career opportunities, perhaps even set up their own businesses and undertakings and be financially independent. During the pandemic, we used this practice and we had very positive feedback. And only together with the state support, government support, will we be able to overcome daily challenges and create the world of independent Ukrainians. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Svetlana. In fact, as I was listening to you, I caught myself thinking a lot has resonated with me. We have been talking today about elements of cooperation, and if you are a facility that has been relocated to the west of Ukraine, financially you are participating in a greater number of funding these days than at the time when you were placed in the east of Ukraine. Talking about the Danube region strategy, this can also become an opportunity for you, because now that you are here in the west of Ukraine, you will be able to join in with the projects that previously you couldn't interact with because territorially and geographically you were very long way away. So I was thinking that this event that we are holding today can become a very good boost for you to find a network of new projects and initiatives that you can establish with our counterparts and stakeholders. Today we are translating these conversations and our peers, our counterparts are hearing you. So if it's necessary for you to swap and exchange contact details, we're happy to provide this opportunity to become this facility to unite you with the stakeholders who may contribute to your operations. We're not going to have a Q&A session. I think that we are going to wrap up our day. Tomorrow we are going to have 2 more sessions within the framework of which we'll be talking about labor markets, new employment approaches, financial opportunities that we will be able to provide in order to help our projects in social policies, VET, and labor markets. As of today, I think we will be wrapping up. we have had a lot of messages from the people who would like to get references and links to the presentations presented here today. Please get registered, fill out our registration forms, leave your contact details, and we will definitely send all of the information that you have heard today. In addition, you can also go on our account on Facebook, and live broadcast is going to be presented tomorrow there as well. And on YouTube, there is also English account available. Thank you very much indeed for today, and see you tomorrow.